now with the semi-final of the 70th edition of the Taranaki Women's Open Fours Tournament being played on the front green at Paritutu in New Plymouth, as we see the first delivery on this first end from Jane McIntyre of Renwick.
You weren't far off, your weight was good.
We can see Jane Augustine, the number 3 in the Tower side, which has been skipped by Patty Symes, indicating that the Tower team are line one shot on this first end as Symes' second delivery down on the forehand side we can see coming towards the position that we're filming from at the moment, and she knocks into her first delivery and doesn't adjust the head, so it's still one shot being held by Tower, and we'll see the second delivery by McIntyre, as we said earlier, out of the Renwick Club in Marlborough. Very deliberate delivery, gets the bowl away very smoothly and controlled. Down on the backhand side, breaking into the head now. She looks to have pretty good weight, and just on the little on the wide side. She won't alter the head. It'll still be 1-2 Tower. We'll wait for the final count up to occur, and while they do so, we'll just run through the teams for this semi-final. The Tower side, which has been skipped by Patty Symes, has Hazel Swartberger at lead, Frances Busby at 2, and as we saw in the frame earlier, Jane Augustine at 3. The Renwick side from the Marlborough City at least the Marlborough province, has Judy Hopgood at lead, Larita Franklin at 2, Dot Arneson at 3, and Jane McIntyre is the skip of that side. In the adjacent semi-final, that is between Natasha Grimshaw of Kyoto and Karen Forrest of Manuriwa. They've completed one end as well, and Forrest picked up a single on that end. As I now introduce you to my co-commentator this afternoon, former New Zealand blackjack Kathy Andrews. Good afternoon, Kathy.
Good afternoon, Grant. A pleasure to be here with you this afternoon on this beautiful Taranaki day. We've had great weather this last week for the fours. One day with a few little showers, but other than that, it's just what you see now. Beautiful blue sky, great conditions for bowls. Yes,
we certainly have been most fortunate to have been blessed with the sun-blighted weather, so at least the rain-blighted, sun-blistered weather that we have had in the last fortnight. A little bit of wind on the first day of post section in the men's fours, but since then it's been pretty calm, and there's not a lot of wind today as we see Hazel Swartberger's second delivery. She was adjacent with her first. She continues down on the backhand side, and she's just a fraction on the wide side there, but there are two handy bowls for which Tower can launch its platform on the second end. Hopgood, who is a member of the Renwick Club in Blenheim, just in her 6th year in the game, certainly was quite heavy with that first delivery, a bit light and tasty with the second one, as the players search for the line and length on this new rink, of course, which they are now playing upon. Frances Busby, the number 2 in the Tower side, is going to get tangled up on that bowl of Hopgood, and already we have some indications that there is a bit of a wall being built, a bit of traffic in the road, which will make it a bit more difficult to enter the head. Larita Franklin, who actually plays out of the Springlands Club in Blenheim, 12th year player, has been relatively successful in those 12 years as well. Very well weighted bowl this one, but it is rather wide out in the woods, so it's still 2 Tower, as Busby now has been directed to change to the backhand side by Skip Symes, and it seems to be reasonably well pointed. Just needs to run it out. Certainly going to be in the count.
Very handy bowl, Grant.
Yes, so that's now 3-2 Tower. Hopgood persisting on the forehand. Seems to have made a good correction as to line. Just needs to pull up and it won't just trickle through the head. Of course, these greens at Paritutu, Kathy, are running very sweetly, aren't they?
They're beautiful, both greens. We've got A green and B green, and there's not a lot of difference between either of them. They run beautifully. We've had great comments about the greens in Taranaki in general from the men last week and from the ladies this week. They love them. We've got a team playing in the pairs from down south from Darfield, and they've said they're beautiful. Love it.
As we see Augustine just running through the head, despite counting 3 at this stage 2 tower, although that will be a useful bowl over the head for tower. What do you think, Kathy, these greens are running at? They're running about 17 to 18 seconds?
I would think so. Generally around about 17 seconds they seem to get them going. Bit of a breeze up now, that probably makes a little bit of a difference, but not a lot, I don't think. Yeah, they run very nicely.
Of course, when the greens are running at 17 to 18 seconds, I guess it makes it a lot easier for the good players to be able to assess and feel the weight.
Oh, definitely, and I think, you know, even though the newer bowls are what they call narrow bowls, you do get punished if you do not take your green on greens that are running at this speed.
So we see Augustine land on the closest bowl so far from the Renwick side, so that will now be 4 in favour of Tower, as the wily Dot Arneson plays her second delivery.
Good track. Depends on her weight. Might help.
Just trickling through it, so it will still be at least a couple to Tower at this stage. But Arneson, as an introduction, is a highly accomplished player. She's played bowls for nearly 40 years, 37 I think at the last count, although most of those first half of those years were between South Canterbury and Southland centres, and at times she was more of a social competitor, but having been in Marlborough now for a number of years, she has established a reasonable record in that centre, which includes her achieving the Gold Star Award for 5 centre titles. As we see Patty Symes on her backhand, vastly experienced competitor, been playing at a high level in Taranaki for approaching 40 years as well.
Oh, here, Patty. Oh.
Knocks over one of her own bowls, sneaks around it and definitely draws another, so that's at least 3 to Tower. McIntyre has played bowls for approximately 20 years, and as we said on the opening end, a very cool and controlled delivery that she has. Makes corrections so much easier.
She might be a little bit heavy.
Just going to get on the wrong side of the earlier Tower bowl, so that'll be 4 that Tower hold. As Augustine assesses the head, looking for where the danger is.
I like you out here now. Coming in here, looking to beat this ball.
Jane's very precise with her instructions, Grant, isn't she? Very clear.
Yes, well, of course, Jane Augustine in her own right is a vastly experienced player with 4 Taranaki titles and an umpire as well. Had a successful career in indoor bowls too.
Very.
As Paddy just walks through and won't quite alter the count. She was most probably a little narrower with that delivery than what Augustine would like. So a big bowl here for the Marlborough skip Jane McIntyre. 4 down on the head. It's early days, of course.
Looks a little bit narrow, Grant. Depends on her weight.
So excellent draw weight. It may cut out one of the count. We'll wait for the final assessment from the number 3s to occur there. So we've seen 3 taken out so far by Arneson. Augustine looking to see if a 4th is there. A bit of deliberation going on, and like the umpire that she is, out comes the measure from Jane Augustine. She'll first go to the Renwick bowl and then come to Symes's delivery, which isn't, it would seem, in the count, so we will put that down and you'll be focusing on your game.
Oh, definitely, Grant. Once you get started, your mind is just set on the game, and everything around you disappears from your mind, and just concentrating on your game, and they shouldn't worry about it.
Hopgood, like Swartzberger, second delivery as well, is heavy. Of course, these greens do not require a lot of effort to get the bowl down to the other end. Busby, the former legal executive from Hara, who followed her husband Ian into the game, himself a 2-time Taranaki Centre title holder. She's made a useful fist of her bowling career so far, which includes representing this province, particularly so in the under 8 and under 10 fairs. And along with Augustine and Swartzberger, they were part of the winning Champion of Champion 4's side here in New Plymouth in May last year. As Loretta Franklin follows Hopgood down on the backhand side as well, but she's left that a little short and wide. Bit of traffic getting in the road on that backhand side. Busby on the forehand once again. Seems to have adjusted the weight, but has pulled a little bit too much off it, but it's going to be close to shot. Not quite.
Not quite. Very handy.
So at this early stage, I think it looks like 1 to the Marlborough team, although nothing terribly close, as Franklin changes to the forehand side. Well grasped bowl.
Beautifully green. This will be the shot, I think, Grant. Well played. Very good bowl.
We saw the applause coming in there from McIntyre. She would have been getting a little concerned. The first 2 ends, her team didn't really give her much to play to, and so a welcome sight to see Franklin draw the shot there. Augustine, as the saying is, a little bit of mud in the eye with the line on that bowl, but a mighty effort. Just slips underneath the shot bowl. In fact, no more than draw weight, and it's a very handy bowl there for the Tower side. So it'll be 1 now to the Renwick side. Arneson follows down on the forehand side, and you can see the way that both she delivers the bowl and how she's starting to find her groove, that this Dot Arneson is a player of some ability. She knocks on the shot bowl of Franklin, builds the head even stronger for the Renwick side. Unclear whether it's 1 or 2 at this stage. Augustine changes to the forehand as well, and she seems to be very, very well played here, Kathy.
Very good bowl. Just running through a bit. Still in a good position though, Grant.
So 2 handy bowls from Jane Augustine. We see there that McIntyre indicates it's 1 to Renwick now, and she has changed Arneson to the backhand side. Quite a bit of traffic there to come through.
Get caught up a wee bit on that outside bowl.
So in these early ends, Kathy, as the teams search for the correct line and the appropriate weight. Is it more inclined, you leading players, to stick to the draw, or is it a case of trying to score on every end?
I think it's trying to find your way, probably for at least the first half dozen ends. Get into the groove, find your draw weight, and then extend it from there, I think, especially on these faster greens. I mean, Jane seems to have found her weight quite well, even with just trying to play, obviously, across to that shot bowl and just missed, but still ended up with a bowl in a very good position on the head.
As Symes delivers her first bowl, also on the forehand side.
Not such a good delivery from our Paddy Grant, but I'm sure she'll correct it with her second one.
Yes, it's a light and tasty Fitzroy special, short and narrow, as the infamous former fly half for the All Blacks, Ross Brown, would have termed it. McIntyre, a little concerned, I guess, about turning in the Tower bowl on the forehand side, has elected to play down the backhand side. And
she played it very well, Grant. Very good bowl.
And we could hear just through the effects mic there that Dot Arneson referred to it as a lovely bowl. And of course, that saying's most probably heard a million times in ladies' bowls in New Zealand over the years. But it was a very effective one, a very narrow path to navigate, and she did so very well. Symes 2 down on the head. Looking to use the bowl of Augustine to come off it. Touches it, but not quite effective in altering the head.
Was that a counter, that last bowl? Josh, if you just come in here, that will count. Is that 2 or 1? It's not 2.
So there we have the confirmation from Arneson that McIntyre's first bowl indeed did count. Very important for McIntyre to have that piece of information so that she can ensure whether she's trying to push to the second shot or indeed just draw another. And so she'll be endeavouring to draw another shot here.
Trick again.
Just adjusted her line slightly, ever so slightly narrower than the first delivery. And her weight was good. She would have been close to counting. Augustine reels out the first 2 counters. No more there, so that's the third end goes 2 shots to the Jane McIntyre skip side from Renwick, and Paddy Symes' Tower side still leads by 4 shots to 2 after 3 ends. And as the lead for the Renwick side, Judy Hopgood, lays the mat and prepares to deliver the jack, I can tell you that the trend that has already started in the other semi-final continued on N3, with Karen Forrest of Manureira scoring a further single, and her side now leads Natasha Grimshaw of Kyoto and Hastings by 3 shots to 0. So a much longer head, this one. The mat is up a small distance, but we're only most probably a metre and a half off the 2 metre mark in terms of the jack, as Hopgood's first bowl is the best that she has played in this semi-final so far on the forehand side. She sits adjacent, and I guess that confidence of finding your way about is so important in achieving the consistency that you look for from a front-end player, Kathy.
Definitely, that was a very good opener. She got her weight right, finished just on the other side of the head, but still a handy bowl. Hazel just passed through, she's just a little bit weighty. I'm sure Judy would have been very happy with that bowl.
So Hopgood with her second delivery down the forehand side once more.
Yeah, coming in quite nicely too, Grant.
It seems to be taking a very nice arc
Very
on both
much
sides.
so.
This
Very,
screen.
A little bit in front, but still beautifully green bowl.
Busby will play after Swartzberger, and she'll be hoping that Hazel can get close with this one, but and attempting to correct the weight she has, but she's also brought her line in just a bit too much, and so it will still be 2 to Jane McIntyre's Renwick side at this stage. And she directs Larita Franklin, the Springlands player, to the backhand side. Plenty to sit on there, and she also...
Yeah, very good bowl here, Grant. Beautifully played. Great bowl. On the dot. Couldn't get much better than that, could you?
Memories are made of this. So 3 shots to Renwick at this stage, and even though Swartzberger isn't overly close, both her bowls are in very good catching position, as Busby attempting to reach into those counting bowls has got beautifully draw weight, but the line is a little too narrow. Yes, it's always interesting, Kathy, to see how skips build the head in the situation. We've seen McIntyre ask Franklin to come down the backhand side again. At this stage, of course, the Marlborough side continue to build a very good head in terms of shots.
Great bowling. 2 bowls, 2 touches.
And I was going to continue on by saying that they didn't have anything over the head, although that bowl was quite effective in changing the picture, making it more difficult to penetrate for the Tower side.
Definitely. The Tower side now have 2 bowls over the head.
And unsurprisingly, McIntyre asking Arneson to play the forehand side, and with an attempt to cover those 2 back bowls of the Tower team.
She might get caught up in those swing bowls of the Tower bowls.
Yes.
Bad luck.
She was unfortunate there, was Arneson. She had very good weight to cover those bowls. Augustine on the backhand side, just looking to draw something close.
It's very close. Very good bowl from Jane.
What a bowl from Augustine.
Great bowl, Jane.
Takes the shot. A brilliant shot there from Jane Augustine, who, as we have said already, has had a very experienced and successful career with 4 Taranaki titles under her belt. It just shows one bowl can change the whole dynamics of a head, as Arneson reaching through, looking for the shot bowl, gets the shot off the bowl of her no-2 Franklin, comes onto the shot bowl of Augustine, pushes that through, and it would be at least 1 if not 2 in favour of the Renwick side. Very well controlled shot, wasn't it?
Very well controlled, very good bowl.
Augustine has dropped this one short. Wasn't a million miles away, but another couple of feet of running on that and she would have been right on line to either sit the shot bowl or draw the jack. And as the skips cross over, we can update you on the second semi-final. And that saw Natasha Grimshaw's Kia Satoa side of Sue Rogers, Sarah Weeks and Hannah Rio de Silva get on the board with a single. And therefore, after 4 completed ends in that game, Karen Forrest and her side of Jane Larson, Adrian Tilliard and Jenny Welsh still lead by 3 shots to 1.
Very low scoring in that game, Grant. 4 shots and 4 ends.
Nice to keep it friendly, isn't it, Kathy?
It is, definitely.
McIntyre, very controlled on both the fore and backhand, she is. Although this one looks on the narrow side.
A little bit tight.
Also a little bit light as to weight. It is going to end up in a very dangerous home. Dangerous insofar as it's going to be a lot more difficult for Symes now to work into that head. She's going to continue on the forehand, on the backhand at least though, as Augustine had, looking to come into those counting bowls.
Patty gets quite a lot of turn out of her bowls.
Oh, so it's definitely rolled in another bowl from the Renwick side. Almost certainly that will be counting now, so at this stage I suspect that it's most probably two Renwick. McIntyre has got a little improvement on her first bowl. So Augustine inspecting the head. Two to Renwick. Symes with her first bowl was ever so well weighted as to draw.
A little bit wide with that weight, Grant.
Yes, it was a change in shot there. It looked as almost he was trying to come under those two short bowls to reach the counters. Arneson inspecting the head to see if she can squeeze a third out of it. Looks a forlorn hope though, and it is 2 to the Jane McIntyre side. So after 4 ends, we are locked together at 4-all between Patty Symes of Tower and Jane McIntyre of Renwick. These opening ends, of course, an opportunity for the players to determine where they think their side is more likely to get the bowls closer than the opponents. And I guess there was a partial indication on that end, which was, as we said, a longer head, that the Renwick side were a lot more consistent in getting their bowls close to the jack as they were on the first 3 ends. Therefore it's no surprise that Hopgood has gone relatively long again, although this first delivery of hers, while being well weighted, is a little narrow. You'll note on the screen that there isn't a large crowd down here at Paritutu. Of course we are operating under COVID-19 red light regulations, and so there is but a small crowd in attendance for much of the post-section rounds. In fact, there has not been any spectators permitted. There is some excellent viewing spots, however, on the fence line here at Paritutu.
That's a better bowl from Hazel Grant. He's just a little bit over, but in a very good position.
Two well-weighted bowls as well from Hopgood. One slightly narrow, one slightly wide. But the 6th-year player is appearing to obtain a more consistent control of weight. Swartzberger as well.
Yeah.
Handy without being a stinger.
Yeah, I come that way.
Of course, we are delighted with the support that we are receiving from the team at Bowls New Zealand for this live streaming. Very expensive use of equipment, high quality. Franklin on the forehand side draws the shot.
Very good bowl.
We're starting to see why it is that this Marlborough side is in the last four, and the quality of the opponents that they've beaten during this tournament. You can understand why with these deliveries that they are putting down. Francis Busby, well weighted, as Paddy Symes said, adjust the green. And another counter coming in here from Loretta Franklin.
You can stay there if you wish, or you can change if you wish. Keep your green and just beat the last ball.
Good indication there from Symes. She's not after the shot, she just wants something handy.
A little bit more weight on this one, Grant. Corrected a green better. It's a handy bowl.
Flops in and could be third shot. Of course, this tournament in its 70th year has never been won by a team from the South Island, so McIntyre's side is endeavouring to become the first team from the mainland to win this prestigious tournament. This Arneson playing at 3 for Renwick in these opening heads has impressed me, Kathy, with her reading of the head and desire to cover when cover is important, and drawing shots when bowls on the head is important.
Very much so, Grant. She's played extremely well. And the two, Loretta, she's really put some nice bowls in there at 2.
A good opening bowl from Augustine. Most probably has taken second shot for the Tower side. And apologies go out, of course, to Dot Arneson after that comment. She's got it out a bit wider and heavier than what she most probably had anticipated, although should the jack be dislodged, that bowl will become very useful indeed. And I guess that's important, not to waste bowls, and if you're going to have a loose one, it's better to be heavy as opposed to short. It could still be of some value.
Definitely, Grant. More likely to count if it's over the head than if it's a short bowl.
So Augustine short with her second delivery as the skips change over. 1 shot to Jane McIntyre, we believe, off the screen in front of us. Scores locked at 4-all this morning. We saw Jane McIntyre's side come from behind to beat the Palmerston North quartet, skipped by Leslie Finlay by 24 shots to 20. And that was a trend that McIntyre actually had for much of the play yesterday as well, where she came from behind in both of her matches. So obviously they are a team of thoroughbreds, if I were to use a horse racing terminology. McIntyre on the forehand side, just going to finish out of the count, but a very good effort nonetheless. Be another third shot. Understand we have quite a strong viewership in the Hara Township today, where Symes and her team are from. Symes reaching through the head with that sort of weight, but on the wide side doesn't alter the head at all.
I see the score over on the other rink, Grant. It's now 3-all after 5 ends between Karen Forrest and Natasha Grimshaw.
So it was 2, therefore, on the 5th end to Grimshaw to level that up. McIntyre's going to walk through the head and finish over the head where Arneson's bowls are also located.
Oh, you stay here.
So Symes is going to be short with her second delivery. So out comes one shot. Arneson looking, but agrees there is no more. So it's a 1-2 Jane McIntyre. That makes it 5-4 after 5 ends of this semi-final. 5-4 after 5 to Jane McIntyre.
Oh, sorry. Well, still keeping with the longer ends from the Renwick side, which they seem to be managing quite well. This bowl looks slightly on the narrow side, and weight's not too bad for it.
She's just battling a little to get the consistency of line.
Oh. I'll keep talking. Here's a better bowl from Hazel. Slightly short, but getting a little bit closer. Oh, she'd be about a metre short. It's a second delivery from Judy. A little bit wide. Yeah, weight's very, very good. It's one of the little more scattered looking starts for this end. And Hazel will be trying to correct her bowl, just give it a little bit more weight. And she's certainly up with this one. Might hit her little bowl. Yep.
Hits
all
it
right.
through and walks through to get the shot, does Hazel Swartz-Ferger. So it is now 1 to Symes. Of course, there'll be some of our viewers in Marlborough interested to know if there is a connection between Patty Symes and the Marlborough Centre President Morris, who began his bowls in Hurra. And it is quite a distant relationship, I believe. Certainly not first cousins or such like. I understand that there is a distant tie-up between the two of them. Of course, Morris was up here for the men's fours last week, qualified but was eliminated on the Friday morning in the opening round of post-section. As Busby's first bowl is swinging in towards the jack, and that gets some applause from Symes. McIntyre indicating 1 down at this stage.
That's a better bowl from Frances Grant. She's weight was pretty good. Another
Rita Franklin
trying very hard here. Ooh.
just on the wrong side of the bowl. Of course, we all know that bowls is a game of millimetres. And that was proven there. A fraction narrower and she would have got the shot.
Ooh.
Hits the bowl of
Ooh.
Larita Franklin, does Francis Busby. It flops over, and McIntyre now holds one. It can be a cruel game at times, can't it, Kathy?
Definitely. She was a bit unlucky there. Underneath it, she could have made 2 out of that one. Good ball coming in here from Dot Arneson. Ooh, slightly short.
I've seen Augustine already play a couple of very good shots in this match, and the heads aren't what you'd describe as loose. Good delivery Arneson has. She certainly knows where the bowls are going.
Oh, just needs to give her a bit of a nudge, Grant, and very well played.
Yes, she only needed a little bit more on her first one. She got a correction on it, got a good square movement on her own bowl. Though it does open up that side a little. There is a couple of those counting bowls now for Augustine to sit on, and that's what she's after.
He's giving it a chance here, Grant. Oh, great effort from Jane.
Just rolls out. It's most probably still one at this stage to McIntyre. And on the 6th end of the second semi-final, it was Karen Forrest that secured a single to take the lead over Natasha Grimshaw by 4 shots to 3. I guess, Kathy, we will be blessed at the midpoint with a Paritutu special afternoon tea.
I'm sure you will, Grant. I don't know whether there's any cheesecake for you today, though. Not like last week. We fed you well with that, didn't we?
Yes, I certainly had to drag myself out of bed a little earlier today to go for a jog to try and lose those 3 or 4 extra kgs that have been accumulated over the last fortnight. However, of course, we will be taking a tea break during this game, as is tradition in the Taranaki Open Fours. Around 12 ends, the games will break for a quarter of an hour, and depending on the location that you're at, you will be blessed with some typical Taranaki taka.
Definitely, Grant. The kitchen staff have done a great job this week. Looked after the players well, fed them well, plenty of food for them to eat.
So McIntyre has fallen well short with her first delivery. Unsure whether that was the intention of the bowl or not. Regardless, it certainly has forced Symes on to the backhand, or that has been the side that she has elected to play. And looking to turn up Augustine's bowl, I suspect, on that side. She was wide, therefore it's still one to McIntyre.
I'm sure Jane will be trying to correct her first bowl, Grant. I don't think she really meant it to be where it was.
Well, even though it was obviously nowhere near the count, it did end up in a position which made it more difficult for Symes to come down on that side.
Certainly did.
And she certainly has got a very good correction here, has McIntyre.
Great ball.
This is a good shot.
Still.
No indication yet whether it's counted or not, but certainly Arneson liked it.
Yeah, too light now.
Mm.
And there we have confirmation from Augustine that McIntyre does count, and the little sneaky raising of the thumb on the right hand from
I'd be
Arneson.
positive up there, Paddy. Searching up under there.
Good call from Augustine. 2 down on the head. Very hard to draw the shot.
Giving it a chance, Grant, and she might just swing a bit early.
Right.
Not wide enough you were. So Augustine concedes one. Looks to see that the second one is in the count. Admits that it is two. And so Jane McIntyre picks up a brace. And for the fourth successive end, McIntyre has scored, taking the score to 7 points to 4 after 6 ends. And on the adjacent rink, on the 7th end of that game, we saw a single to Grimshaw. Still things very friendly over there, with Grimshaw and Karen Forrest of Manuera now locked together at 4 points apiece. Interesting, Kathy, for the commencement of this 7th end. It is not as long as the previous couple of ends.
Yes, I was just going to make comment about that, Grant. It certainly isn't. It's slightly shorter. Matt's probably about 3 or 4 mats up as well. So we'll just a little bit long with her first bowl. Well greened.
Trust me.
Yes, it most probably was where McIntyre would have preferred the jack. Well, that certainly was the length that they had played on the previous 2
Yes.
ends.
Definitely.
A good opening bowl coming in here from Hazel Swartzfurzer.
Yes, one of Hazel's better bowls.
Hopgood's second bowl is getting some applause from McIntyre, and you can understand why.
Very well corrected, Grant. Very good.
It's a little sit on Swartzfurger's first delivery and takes the shot at this early stage of the 7th end.
Hazel's not too far away either. She sits that bowl out.
Oh, what a reply from Swartzfurger. 2 to tar. Of course, the important aspect of a fours game is to get as many bowls close from your front 2 players. And Franklin just trickles through the head ever so slightly. Symes will be feeling a bit better about this end as opposed to the last 2 or 3 where her side has been outdrawn. And even though Busby's going to travel a fair way through the head, it's important, I think, and I'll be interested in your opinion on this, Kathy, that when you've got a lead, as Swartzfurger has on this occasion, putting a couple of bowls close, the desire to get a bowl over the head from your number 2.
Definitely. Definitely, Grant. I'm sure Hazel will try and correct this and get this one a little bit closer. She's got one well at the back now. There's still quite a bit of room there behind the jack to get another close bowl. And
So
that's
Busby's second delivery,
little bit tight, a little bit narrow.
which is such a shame given
Yes.
that she adjusted her weight so well with that bowl. Arneson, who has previously lived and played bowls in South Canterbury and Southland.
A little bit heavy. She'll be trying to draw the shot for McIntyre.
Just interesting with that delivery, given how heavy it in fact was. I wonder whether Arneson was endeavouring just to reach those shot bowls, to look for a sit.
Comes Jane's bowl.
Certainly going to be another counter for the Symes side. McIntyre gives it the fingers treatment. 3 it is to Symes. But there is more to sit on now.
She beats Jane's bowl, she'll get the third shot. She just, oops.
No, she certainly reduced a bit of weight off it, but that hasn't adjusted the head. So this 7th end building nicely for Tower at this stage, and it all came back to the platform that was set by lead Hazel Swartzberger for the Symes side. Augustine, beautiful line, but no weight.
Sure, Jane won't leave this like this. I'm sure she'll be trying to draw the shot, Grant. She's got a little bit of room there.
Of course, it's a very difficult proposition that skips have in 4s. They play a mixed bag of shots. They're having to draw, they're having to drive, they're having to poke, they're having to play the forehand and the backhand. They're playing blocks and back bowls. They're playing the toughest gig in town, I guess you'd call it. The confidence that a skip must have to be consistent is absolutely fundamental to that.
Oh, definitely, Grant.
McIntyre on the backhand side, 3 down on the head.
Looks a little bit wide, Grant. Weight's pretty good.
Her weight is magnificent.
Yes.
Just didn't come back as far as she had hoped.
Just shows you what a difference, just changing that length of end where they were playing with the longer ends and let Tower in there. Paddy's a little bit wide too. Her weight was pretty good.
Arneson indicating to McIntyre just to bring your line in ever so much. And she certainly has brought this in.
She certainly has. I'm sure the count will go down.
A very good bowl here from McIntyre. Not sure whether it's going to quite take the shot.
Yeah,
Certainly
it's
be
holding there, Paddy. Even for your ball.
no indication.
No, she might have got second shot with that. Here comes Paddy. She might have put a bit of weight on, has she? She brought her line in nicely, but gave it a little bit more weight.
Plus,
1 to Tower.
So Symes takes a single, makes the score 5 shots to 7 through 7 ends. So McIntyre was successful in reducing the count from 3 to 1 with that delivery of hers there, with her last bowl. She'll be relieved about that, will McIntyre. Job of the skip is to convert the head or minimise the damage when they're in trouble, and she achieved that on that case there, McIntyre did. Interestingly, where we've seen the longer heads favour McIntyre's team, Swartzberger has thrown a long head here, and on the 2 metre mark the jack is placed, and we've all got different theories about jack placement, Kathy, but be interested in your opinion on on a 2-metre jack.
If they're playing that 2-metre length, well, that's fine, but now Hazel's dropped that one very well short, and it'll just be interesting to see what Judy does with her first bowl if she gets it up there. I think if you're playing a length reasonably well, you do try to keep that length. If you're not handling it well, then you do change, but certainly Renwick were handling the longer ends much better than Tower. Her bowl's a little bit wayward as well. Here comes Hazel with the second bowl. She'll be hoping to reach that 2-metre mark, and she's done it reasonably pretty well. Very good correction from Hazel. Great bowl from Hazel and a toucher to go with it.
Yes, a much needed adjustment there from Swartzberger. She takes the shot, and a toucher on a long end, of course, can be invaluable as well, as that jack is more likely to end up in the ditch.
Definitely, Grant. If you've got a skip that's always not afraid to be up to it, that's where the long ends can suit that team. They've either got the jack or they've got the back bowls, but that's another shorter bowl from
Hopgood is short with her second, yes.
Definitely.
So we've seen 4 bowls so far delivered, and 3 of them are at least a metre short, and 2 of them by quite some more distance than that. And
Very
it does
so.
crowd the head up and make the pathway towards that jack even more difficult. And that was most probably part of the reason why Busby, with her first delivery there, was reasonably well weighted but very wide. And I think that we did pick up in the effects mic on the last day, and Augustine passing comment about the bowls just hanging a little on the western side of the green, where the cameras are set up, as Franklin's first bowl goes whistling through the head and flops into the ditch.
Just drops in. We'll see if Francis can correct this. It seems like the stadium side of the green may be just a little bit tighter. That's a better green bowl. It depends on her weight, whether she will stay on or she might just... No, she stays on. Could have its uses back there, Grant.
I've always had the belief that the longer the head, the harder it is to get closer. And I'm not saying that everyone shares that theory. But this end 8 is certainly shaping up like that. We've now, well, we are seeing the 8th bowl of it come down, and it's going to, from Franklin's going to get a bit of a touch off one of the first bowls delivered by Swartzberger. And of those 8 bowls, we have only 1 bowl within 1.5 metres of the jack, which does indicate some degree of difficulty that the players are experiencing with this particular length.
Also, you've got those bowls that are short, makes it difficult to get round or even under them, because there's every chance that you're going to run into them. Here comes a better bowl from Dot Arneson. Much better bowl. And just out of it. Ooh, very good bowl. Here comes Jane's second bowl. I think she arms flap out in the air as if to say I'm too narrow, but it's another handy bowl on the head for Paddy's team. It would be 3rd shot, I would think. So they've got 1st and 3rd shot.
Can you see that coming in here?
Apologies
Hold
Yeah,
on.
that's
Right.
apologies to the listeners there. I was just getting an update on the Associated Pairs tournament, which has been held for a first time this year for the women's event. And we are down to a final now in that particular competition. And I can advise that the final will be played shortly between the Plimerton pair of Philippa Christie and Kath Thompson, who came from behind in their semi-final to pip Chris Comain and Ashley McGaw from coastal Taranaki by 18 shots to 17, and in the final they will meet the Fitzroy duo of Leslie Tiawa and Rhoda Adams, who were 26-13 victors over Joe Latter and Hazel Littlejohn of Darfield and Canterbury. So that final between Christie and Thompson against Tiawa and Adams will be getting underway here at Paritutu in the next 15 minutes.
So it looks like it's still 1-2 Paddy's team, Grant.
Of course, these long heads can also present opportunities to score large numbers, and at the midpoint of this end it did look like there was a chance that Tau could build a number, as Symes on the backhand side is well green, but it's going to walk through the head by she hits the ball through, and yes, what a shot. 2 is the indication from Augustine. Just thought she was going to be on the outside of that counting bowl, but certainly she's playing with a set of bowls as Paddy Symes, which she gets good draw out of.
Paddy gets a big draw out of her bowls, Grant.
So the pressure goes back on McIntyre.
I'm trying very hard here, Grant. Very
Arneson
good.
is clapping, and you can see why.
Great bowl. Very
what
good bowl.
A reply. And whether you're playing in a one-day gala or a Dominion Fours final, that sort of bowl will take some beating.
Very well played.
Whatever you can see from down there.
Symes is going to continue on the backhand side.
Skim those front ones, Grant. It's not get caught. She's underneath it.
Just
very
not quite
good try.
enough weight to...
Right, Paddy.
The pressure off McIntyre now on this end. She's played the big bowl, the one that counts.
She certainly did. Very well played bowl.
Quite often we'll see a player, after playing a shot like that, get a bit soft with their second delivery.
Very good effort. Great effort. Just a little bit short. She played with the first bowl.
Yes.
Right with one.
Only a matter of another revolution on that bowl and she would have counted as well, so she certainly just didn't get down and throw it away. She gave it a good attempt to add the bonus. The single to McIntyre makes the score 8-5 in the favour of Jane McIntyre's Renwick side over Paddy Symes of Tower, and that is after the completion of 8 ends. There has also been 8 ends completed in the second semi-final between Natasha Grimshaw of Kiatoa in Hastings and Karen Forrest of Manureira, and on the 8th end it was Grimshaw that secured a single to hit the lead for the first time in that game by 5 shots to 4. And this intriguing length,
Mm.
the delivery of the jack continues to bamboozle as Hopgood goes with a short jack, but she has opened in a superb way.
She certainly has. Very good bowl.
Interesting, Kathy, to see that on the leads count there is Swartzberger, Paddy Symes' lead, playing on the eastern side of the rink, which is the forehand side, as we see in this direction, the backhand towards the Paritutu pavilion, whereas Hopgood is playing the western side of the rink.
She's playing it very well, Grant. Comes another good bowl from her. Two excellent bowls from the lead.
And McIntyre delighted to see that as well. One front touch, another one just sneaked in behind. A very good building block for the McIntyre's Renwick side to build on from here.
Hazel just a little bit weighty.
Of course, after a long end, it becomes more difficult to control the weight on a shorter length.
Yes, you do have to think about it, Grant, especially when you should throw the jack. She thought about it very well.
Rita Franklin, the Springlands player, draws shot number 3. Franklin has accumulated 3 titles in the Marlborough Centre. She won the Champion of Champion pairs and triples, both in the 2018 season, and then in 2020 was part of the winning Champion of Champion fours side. That latter victory was in a team that also included Dot Arneson. So there is some commonality of success, and I can provide a further update in the Grimshaw clash. On the 9th end of that game, it was Natasha Grimshaw that secured a 3, and so after 9 ends her side now leads Karen Forrest of Manurewa by 8 shots to 4. Frances Busby, no 2 for Symes, 4 down on the head. Reaching in, she's going to get a very good sit here, and Mashreby takes second shot. Was starting to look rather ill for Symes.
Good bowl by Frances. Cut it back. Comes another good bowl from Dot Arneson. Very well played.
Sits on that, flops in, will be close.
Very close.
Oh, that'll be too quick.
You heard that remark from Jane. She knows her bowls. She knows she's a bit quick. I'm sure she'll be trying to correct it with her next bowl.
Arneson pointed well again. Looking to drop just a matter of a foot or so off her bowl, and she's done that very, very well indeed.
Oh, great bowl from Dot. Very good bowls.
Indeed, she looks a very tidy competitor. You can understand how she won the Marlborough Champion of Champions singles in 2011, in the same season the Champion of Champion triples. She also won the Open triples and Open fours both in 2012, and then the aforementioned Open Champion of Champion fours in 2020.
Much better effort from
Excellent
Jane.
attempt from Augustine, but when you've got 2 bowls sitting basically touching the jack, it is very hard to draw inside them. So it's 2 to McIntyre on the skip changeover on this, the 9th end. Just looking across the green, there is a bit of movement in the various trees that we can see from our commentary position. Certainly it's only a very light breeze, though. There is no significant impact on the bowls.
Definitely not, Grant. I'm just looking at the flags. They're moving a little bit, but just a slight, just what we call a sea breeze here, isn't it, Grant?
Well, indeed, I believe it is a sea breeze today, which our prevailing wind ordinarily is from either the west or the southeasterlies, which are the ones that cause the most disruption to bowlers.
They certainly do. They gets quite strong at times and makes it very difficult because they tend to swirl around the buildings around this clubhouse as well.
McIntyre going for a bit of cover.
Very. Comes Paddy. She's a little bit wide too, as we heard her say. I'm out there too.
Well, that was the first delivery from Symes, I think, on that side of the rink, which makes it a little bit more difficult to be terribly accurate with. So a good position at this stage for McIntyre. 3 up on the board, 2 up on the head. She certainly wouldn't want to fatten the target or give Symes an easier path in which to adjust or convert the head.
She's wide again, Grant. Good guide for Paddy.
It most probably is just a fraction too wide to be of a slide-in bowl for Symes to use, but it could be.
I think she's adjusted this one a little bit too much.
Short and narrow from Symes, so it'll be a further 2 to McIntyre.
Yep, 2.
So after 9 ends in this broadcast semi-final, Jane McIntyre and her side of Judy Hopgood, Larita Franklin and Dot Arneson lead Paddy Symes' Tower team by 10 points to 5.
So it'll be interesting, Grant, to see what the length of this jack will be. Still about 3/4 lengths.
Hopgood
Playing down the stadium
sticking to her
side.
same side, yes. She's starting to get a good feel for this side, even though this one has been left a metre short.
Good metre short. France is still playing the other side.
Hazel Swartzberger goes
fuck.
through with a little too much weight there. Would have been a good bowl on a long end, but her line was good. And a good correction.
Very good correction.
Hopgood draws a beauty. Swartzberger with her second delivery is short and narrow.
Certainly, just a little bit. Didn't correct it overly well. She corrected her weight well. Took a bit off. Bit up.
In the adjacent semi-final, Karen Forrest has one bowl to play on the 10th end, as we see another very good shot drawn by Larita Franklin for Jane McIntyre's side. Forrest held on the changeover. Grimshaw attacked the head and put the jack into the ditch. She was still 2 down. Forrest drew another with her first bowl. Grimshaw walked into one of the counting bowls and endeavouring to draw another shot or to arrest the decline, and we've now seen in fact Forrest draw another one, and so it is a count of 4 in that second semi-final to Karen Forrest of Manureira. And so after 10 ends, Forrest and Natasha Grimshaw are locked at 8-all.
Francis had a good bowl there, just got caught up on that wing bowl. Might be a little bit short with this one, Grant. More narrow than short.
Yes, it was well weighted. But it looks an awkward head for Symes' side to convert insofar as those bowls are sitting pretty central. That would require a spot draw really from Symes to do it, unless they found a path down the middle of the rink to dislodge those 2 shot bowls.
Very difficult now.
Augustine, a tough competitor.
Good effort by Jane, Grant. Great effort by Jane.
Perfect weight. And just a fraction too wide. So it's still 2 to McIntyre at this stage.
On a good track. Might run out of weight.
Yes, Arneson's going to be a bit short with this one as well.
Yeah, much the same as her first bowl.
So McIntyre will be feeling pretty comfortable about this. 2 good shots on the head. She's got Franklin's bowl over the head as well, offering a good insurance.
Jane didn't like this one when she let it go.
Symes, of course, will have to decide whether she's prepared to take the risk of playing the perfect bowl or take the contrary risk and look to attack, particularly that second shot there of Hopgood's. With the right weight, both of those counters from McIntyre could be dislodged off the head. McIntyre drawing. She's going to come up well short.
Very much so.
And we'll give her the benefit of the doubt that she's going to swing across to that centre line and offer a little bit of protection. Symes is playing the backhand, I assume with weight, looking for those shot bowls. And she hits the bowl that McIntyre had just played. It did offer a degree of protection.
We'll see if she puts it back, Grant, will we? No, she's not. She's a bit heavy at this time.
Yes, a draw-weighted bowl, that one from McIntyre, but again we see them just hanging out on that side. She was most probably looking to sit on the third shot of the Symes side.
You wouldn't want to take Jane's
She's
bowl
gonna
out,
need
would
to
she?
use it.
Ooh.
So removes one of her own team's bowls. Out comes two, and that'll be the count. So a further two, and we can see that there is a degree of domination that has been established over these last few ends.
Definitely. I think with the lead in the tour setting it up pretty well for McIntyre's team at this stage, Grant.
Yes, they have established an edge, other than the seventh end, where Symes swapped over holding three, and a good shot from McIntyre reduced the count to one. It has been the McIntyre side that has been dominating those heads, putting more bowls around it and closer, and making it more difficult for both Augustine and Symes to penetrate.
Definitely, Grant. Definitely bowls on the head makes a big difference. There's another good bowl from the lead. Well played. Very well played.
Yes, Judy Hopgood, the 60-year player from the Renwick Club, really starting to find her groove now.
Oops, that wasn't new bowl. Oh, tried hard, Francis. I mean, Hazel is the lead, sorry. Sorry about that, Grant.
No problem with me. Hazel Swartzberger, the secretary of the Tower Club in Hara, leading for Paddy Symes today, as she also did in 2018 when, along with Francis Busby and a different number 3 Maureen Tamu, they made the final before bowing out to Margaret Reed's Tauranga South side. And as we near the midpoint and indeed the afternoon tea adjournment, I think it's very important for the Symes side that they limit the damage. That they do not let McIntyre get away much more.
Quite often can change after the tea break, Grant, as we all know. Frequently. And I'm sure Paddy will be hoping that this will happen to her side.
Indeed. Franklin, just on the outside, I think, of the draw line there, and that's going to punish her because her weight was pretty good.
She hasn't done too many like that, Grant. She's been pretty steady. Francis will be trying to sit on that bowl. Oh, just went through. Good.
It'll be clearly second shot there,
Yeah.
from Busby for the Symes side. Franklin's brought a line in here. McIntyre will
Oops. Locked it in.
She got a little concerned there, did McIntyre, that the head may be opened up, but I think it wouldn't have been too bad even if she'd grabbed it in totality, because it would have Paddy Symes' tower side have no bowls on that particular side of the rink. Busby again, just a little overweight.
Arneson's bowl coming down now. Needs to turn in just a wee bit. Weight looks pretty good.
So Arneson falls slightly short and slightly wide. Won't adjust the count at this stage. But it is McIntyre's Renwick side that is calling the tune both on the head and the board.
Jane just a little bit heavy, a little bit wide.
Clearly will be second shot. A useful bowl on the head. I think Arneson's main objective here is to put another one close.
Better looking bowl here, Grant.
Yes, she impresses with the correction that she is able to achieve.
Very much so. Very good bowl.
Two to McIntyre. Augustine looking to sit on the shot bowl.
You give it a show. I'll just pull up a little bit.
Yes, it'll be another third shot for Symes' side, but it's two to McIntyre. And as we said at the commencement of this end, it is really important that Paddy Symes' side keeps in touch for as long as they can, at least until the afternoon tea adjournment. If they can keep within striking distance and then have the tide turn in the second stanza, they could still well and truly take this game. They're through 11 ends in the second semi-final now, and it was a single to Karen Forrest on the 11th end of that semi-final, and so her Manureira team leads Natasha Grimshaw of Keato and Hawke's Bay by 9 shots to 8. Nothing in that game. We're noticing some excellent deliveries. They're having very tight heads in that game as well, but it is Forrest with a 1-shot advantage if they play the 12th end. Jack level bowl from McIntyre, close to counting as well. Symes on the backhand side looking to turn up Augustine's bowl.
She's close, Grant.
She's comes off that and walks through the head and doesn't touch
Not a thing.
any of the counters or indeed the jack. It may, however, have reduced the count.
I think Dot put her fingers up holding 2 shots, so Renwick might have 2 shots. Marcus put her little pedals up for 2.
Yes, we appreciate the assistance there from Gay Hollab. 2 to Renwick. And again, interestingly, we see this short, narrow bowl come down from McIntyre. Whether that is fair or foul, it is ended in a position which is going to make it more difficult for Symes to adjust this head. Playing with weight.
Probably needs to just be under that one, I think, right, wouldn't she?
And she's right into it and will walk down the outside of the rink. So Augustine rolls out 2. Arneson inspecting it
2.
and concurs. And that was, in fact, the 6th end that Jane McIntyre's side has scored a brace in this game. They've scored on 8 of the 11 completed heads, and that 14-5 advantage is a fair reflection of the domination that they have had on the majority of those ends. Last end was an example of that as well, where they drew closer and in greater numbers than what the Symes side did.
Sticking to that same length still, Grant, up about 3/4. Oh, halfway between the marker and the 2 metre mark.
Hopgood opens with a little bit too much weight on her first delivery. Goes through by 1.5 metres. She certainly has that line sorted. Hazel Swartzberger, the lead for Paddy Symes. Well-weighted bowl. Useful opening position, albeit with a little less weight than what, green at least, than what was required. Left this one short. Not such a good hand this time from Hopgood.
No, left it there for Hazel. She just needs to correct her line slightly. Better line. It'll all depend on the weight. Just got to pick that back bowl. That's a very handy bowl from Hazel. It's handy.
Yes, it's the shot itself from Swartzberger. So Symes holding to at the early stages of this end. Franklin charging, and she won't get a rest, so that therefore still leaves 2 to Tau.
A very handy good ball here from Francis. Well played, Francis.
She picks the jack up indeed and trails it. Debatable whether those 2 bowls of Swartzberger's now count. They won't be far off counting. But more importantly, it does take away that open hand from the McIntyre side. A close shot is much more difficult to beat, of course.
Definitely. Very good try.
Franklin.
Second shot,
Yes.
won't it, Grant?
Yes, McIntyre has confirmed our suspicions that it is second shot. And of course, limiting the damage on these particular sorts of ends is very important, as Busby's second bowl comes in and walks into Swartzberger's delivery as well, knocks that in, and I suspect that is another counter now, and a much better position as well, because that bowl just over the head, which is, should there be any jack movement, likely to go in that direction.
Very good bowl back there, Grant.
Arneson coming into the head here, and she wasn't a million miles away.
No.
But that Symes bowl was offering a bit of protection and took her own bowl off the course in which it had been entered.
Which would you prefer?
Paddy indicated 2 shots there. It's vital that Tower score on this end, Grant, I think, before we go in for afternoon tea, I would think. They'll be looking to try and keep them.
So 12 ends have been completed in the second semi-final, and on that 12th end, Karen Forrest secured another 2. So Karen Forrest of Manureira, 11, leads Natasha Grimshaw of Kyoto and Hastings with 8 shots.
Great bowl by Jane Augustine there, and a toucher to go with it.
It most certainly was. There we have Gay Hollob indicating a clear 3 to Paddy Symes' side. And this is what we've been speaking about, the need for Symes' side to build a bit of pressure, to put more bowls around the head, and they've responded on this occasion. Arneson with no more than draw weight, narrow on that side, no change.
Jane, are we trying to get another one handy in there, Grant? She can get round that one there. She might be a little bit wide.
Yes, it often is the case when you take a wider arc on the bowl that it does require a little bit more weight as well, and I think in that situation, not wanting to most probably fatten the target, she poked it out a little bit wider than what she had done so successfully with her first delivery, and the outcome is a short and wide bowl. Of course, we're playing these games at the Paritutu complex, one of the famous clubs in New Zealand bowls, and incidentally they had their men's club triples that was finalised today, and that was won by a young side which included Kaylin Hiller, Aidan Zitterzine and Hamish Cuppy. As Jane McIntyre's first bowl is a wonderful attempt.
Very good bowl.
She touches the shot bowl of Augustine's and falls out. It's still 2 to Symes, but a mighty effort. Symes looking for some indication here, and she's received it from Augustine. She'll follow.
Even if you're lifting that ball, Paddy, or just through the gate.
Follow McIntyre down on the forehand side. So Hiller, Zitterzine and Cuppy, Paritutu's triples champions in 2022. In the final they beat Alan Batley, Kurt Smith and Adam Collins, with Cuppy winning the game, as we understand it, with his last bowl on the last end. Of course, Zitterzine, a bronze medalist at the 2018 Commonwealth Games in the pairs representing the Cook Islands, and we understand that he will be heading off to Birmingham for the Commonwealth Games in July this year, again representing the Cook Islands, along with another New Zealand born player, Jason Lindsay, the former New Zealand under-25 representative, and so the Cook Islands, as we watch this bowl from McIntyre break towards the head, she hits the shot bowl and almost identically with her first delivery does not get a result. They were 2 mighty efforts from the Renwood skip, but it's still 2 to Symes. As we were just going to lead on, the Cook Islands are going to be part of the New Zealand Inter-Centre tournament this year, a special invitation that they have received, which will add a bit of spite and spirit, I would guess, as well, to that particular competition.
Jane and the other team, would you like to break for afternoon tea now? It's all ready.
As we just wait for the official count here, the players have been advised that the afternoon tea is ready for them, and they will go to the break with those 2 shots to Paddy Symes' tower side, making the score 14-7 after 12 ends to Jane McIntyre. So 14 to Jane McIntyre, 7 to Paddy Symes. We've completed 12 of the 25 ends, and in the adjacent semi-final they've also completed 12 ends at this stage. They're playing the 13th at the moment. It's 11-8 to Karen Forrest of Manuera over Natasha Grimshaw, and we'll update you on our return after the tea break what happened on the 13th end in that particular clash.
all go, we can just start now.
It was good, wasn't it?
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yes, so welcome back to the second stanza of the semi-finals of the 70th edition of the Taranaki Women's Open Fours Tournament. We are watching the game between Jane McIntyre's Renwick Marlborough side against Paddy Symes of the Tower Club in Hara, and after 12 ends it is
Great
McIntyre
ball.
that leads by 14 shots to 7, and we see there the first delivery from the McIntyre lead, Judy Hopgood. A wonderful commencement to the second stanza from her, as Hazel Swartzford has played a shocker, and that won't trouble the scorers on this particular end, I wouldn't think. Her first bowl was in the ditch, and that one was left well short. In the adjacent semi-final, our last update was 11-8 to Karen Forrest after 12 ends, and on the 13th end Forrest continued her scoring, the fourth successive end that she had scored on, and she picked up a single there. So after 13 ends, Karen Forrest leaves Natasha Grimshaw by 12 shots to 8. So we see Frances Busby with her first delivery on the backhand side just sneak underneath the shot bowl on the jack and walk through slightly over the head, still holding at least one if not two is the McIntyre side, as Larita Franklin, that bowl of Swartzford's, seems to be partly in the line. I think that's forcing Franklin certainly with that bowl, and to an extent Busby with her first delivery, to be slightly narrow, ensuring that they come underneath
It's a
that
better
short
looker
bowl.
one. She's under it this time, Grant. Slightly short, better lined bowl.
I must admit to our viewers this afternoon that the much talk that I had about the afternoon tea did come to pass, and please do not tell my wife, but I'm currently on my 4th piece of pavlova. It is embarrassing, I know. So McIntyre holding 2, Franklin short with that one, Symes waiting for Augustine to come to the mat. And she's approaching the mat now to deliver her first bowl as Jane Augustine, the number 3. Looking to push onto the bowl of Busby, or to sit the shot bowl with that weight, but on these longer heads, particularly on these quicker greens, there is quite an arc that the bowls take. Even with these narrower drawing bowls, they still require a bit of air. Speaking with Dot Arneson, during the adjournment, she said they're just going out there, the McIntyre side, with the intention of enjoying themselves, and what will be will be. Rolls over partly one revolution, one of her own team's bowls. Augustine, Symes' number 3.
Oops.
It's going to get tangled up on that short one of her own side. So the indication there from McIntyre is that the count currently is 1. If Arneson can get to that bowl at the bottom of the picture, she will improve the count to 2.
Good bowl here, Grant.
Yes, she's,
Very well
she has drawn
played.
the second shot.
Definitely second shot.
Speaking also with the towel skip Paddy Symes during the afternoon tea break, she was not happy with her own personal performance in that first half. It's been a long week though, or a long fortnight, especially for Paddy, the recorder of the men's tournament. She gave her all, as she has for so many years, in that event, and now has backed it up by competing in the women's tournament, the last Taranaki team standing again. And she's going to have to call on all of those resources that she still possesses to turn around both this end and the game. Needing to get under that bowl, which she has, but the weight unfortunately is a little too much for that particular line. Not sure whether she was drawing or looking to push her own bowl or sit on the shot bowl. I would think the latter was the percentage shot to be playing. McIntyre with that deliberate action. Couple of bowls to clear there. If she can clear them, she's going to be close.
Sits on that one. Ooh,
Just walks through the head.
good position, Grant. Betty looks a little bit wide, although she does turn. She might not have the weight.
So certainly holding at least 2 here is Jane McIntyre with the last bowl of the 13th end. They'll be delighted with this, will the Renwick side. Taking a 14-7 advantage into that break, and to score on the first end after afternoon tea time will give them a good degree of confidence. Certainly has adjusted her weight well here, and she's going to sneak underneath her own team's bowls and draw another shot.
Very
Well
good
played, Jane McIntyre. Three come out. Arneson puts the cloth over them, this old-fashioned way that women so often count the heads. It's a lot more accurate than what the men often do, where they start kicking bowls left, right and centre and then trying to determine how many have gone out or haven't gone out. And the final count is 3. So a very healthy one indeed. For the Marlborough side, they go out to 17-7 after 13 ends. What do you make of that, Kathy Andrews?
Yes, I think it's very important that you score on that first end after the break. Quite often a confidence thing, and I see the length has changed back to the shorter length now, with the Marlborough team, the Renwick side, having got the jack. Commenting on the cloth thing that you talked about, Grant, my husband has said to me that is one thing that the ladies do well, is to throw the bowls or throw a cloth over the bowls that come out.
There's no doubt that it ensures a greater accuracy and is a lot more likely to result in, or at least determine another way, you're less likely to have a dispute.
Exactly.
So Hopgood with her first bowl, good line, but through the head by 3 metres. Swartzford, a much better attempt. Well adjusted on the weight, this one from Hopgood, and she's just going to sneak inside the bowl of Swartzford, and she takes the shot for the McIntyre side. Swartzford overcooked that one.
Corrected a green, but gave it a little bit more weight.
So the need to build these heads early, we've seen it throughout this match, has yielded dividends for the side that has done so.
Very
Yes.
good bowl here.
Franklin draws shot number 2. Busby gets a good rest.
Very bit lucky, but narrow. Good weight though.
Sits on the shot bowl does Frances Busby, and she takes the shot for Paddy Symes' tower side. Franklin changing to the forehand. I guess that makes sense because there are a number of bowls there that she can sit on. Just going to walk through those
Just cut
counters.
through.
Just a metre over.
Just to rest onto that bowl. Just gone through.
That bowl from Busby finishing about 3 metres over the head. The experienced Marlborough number 3, Dot Arneson, cool and controlled in delivery she is. Line was pretty reasonable, but it just pulls up a metre short. Symes still holding 1. I can tell you that in the second semi-final, Forrest has picked up a further 3 shots. So Karen Forrest, after 14 ends, leads Natasha Grimshaw by 15 shots to 8. Augustine is short and narrow. And really it's just a case, I think, Kathy, at this stage, isn't it, of trying to get as many bowls close as possible. We've seen the drawing power, particularly from Arneson and McIntyre when their side hasn't been there. They've both drawn well as well, and really the tower side need to be putting more bowls around the head.
Definitely, and definitely make it a little bit more difficult for the Renwick side. Try and get a little bit closer to that jack. Puts the pressure back on them.
So that bowl of Arneson will be close to shot, no indication. It's jack level. Augustine had good weight with that bowl, but was wide. It could well be one to McIntyre. Looking at the screen, the jack level bowl, you tend to favour it, don't you, Kathy?
Oh, 9 times out of 10 the jack level bowl will win. The blue bowl of Tower is probably a good 2 feet behind the jack. Looking out onto the window there. I'm sure that McIntyre will get closer. She's been drawing very well, Grant, hasn't she?
She most certainly has. She's going to come down on the backhand side.
Looks a little bit wide out there, Grant.
Yes,
Very
she
wide.
certainly is. Short and wide. She'll be
Very.
disappointed with that one. It's one of the poorer deliveries that she's had in this game so far. We see there the indication from Jane Augustine that she believes her side is one down. That Arneson bowl at jack level being shot.
Mark has got the green pedal up.
Symes is through by 1.5 meters.
Paddy be a bit disappointed with that, I think.
So McIntyre holding 1 on this, the 14th end. Every end that's a scoring end now is of good value to the McIntyre team.
A little bit tighter with this one, but she's got bowls to rest on, and she sits on that. Ooh.
Almost turned out Arneson's shot bowl, but she didn't, so it's still 1 to McIntyre. No mucking around with Symes on the match. She's quickly into her work.
Hands on hips.
Seems to have a better line with this bowl. Going to draw the shot. That's what Taranaki bowlers have been accustomed to see from the patron of bowls, Taranaki.
Good bowl, Paddy.
One to Paddy Symes. 17 points to 8 though. It still remains in favour of Jane McIntyre's Renwick side. A much needed boost though to the confidence, particularly of Symes. She's also looking to call a longer length end here. Schwarzfurger has obliged. It sits up near the ditch board but doesn't go into the ditch, so the jack will be spotted on the 2 metre mark. The mat is basically 1.5 metres up from the 2 metre mark at the other length, at the other end of the green, meaning that this is nearly a full length end. I think that's a sensible move from the Tower side to try and break the rhythm of the shorter length ends that that McIntyre's team has had, and certainly Schwarzfurger has opened in the best possible way for Paddy Symes.
Very good bowl.
Interesting here to see Hopgood change her hand. She certainly had her line down pat on that other side. She's elected to follow Schwarzfurger down.
Not a bad effort, Grant.
First bowl on that side, it's an excellent effort, in fact, from Judy Hopgood, the 6th-year player from the Wenwick Club. Slightly wide, but the weight was very good.
Another good bowl from Hazel. Sits on her. She's played, good bowl. 2 good bowls from the lead.
Absolutely. Those are the 2 best bowls she's played for a while.
Definitely. Sets it up well for the players coming in behind her.
Of course, we often see, particularly in the men's game, the power of the drive and the attacking shots, but the fundamental aspect still remains, doesn't it? You've got to draw as close as you can, as often as you can.
Exactly.
Oh, ball back level.
Another good attempt from Hopgood, but it's 2 to Paddy Symes at this stage.
Frances coming down the stadium side, and she played it pretty well, just a little bit short.
Of course, it's a lot more difficult in my experience to get that weight on a longer end. More difficult to feel it. As Franklin on the backhand side looking to nestle in amongst those two counting bowls of Symes's side.
Close. Good chance.
Coming round yours so that you finish behind the head.
And there we could hear the clear instructions from Skip Symes saying that she wanted to have a bowl that finishes in behind the head. That being the position where the jack is likely to go. However, Busby has left that one short.
Is that still there?
Very short.
Some query going on between McIntyre and Franklin as to whether the line on the backhand side is still open. Franklin gave the assurance that it was. She needs to split those two bowls of Busby, and she's close.
Very close.
Looking for the jack.
Great bowl.
Getting the jack. Pushing it through. Still, the shot rests with Symes's side, but
Very good bowl from.
it certainly was. And I guess that makes it even more difficult for the Symes side to actually score a large number when the number two has played two wonderful shots like that.
Definitely.
They've wrestled the advantage back towards the McIntyre side. They control the head, although this is not a bad attempt from Augustine. She finishes over the head. There's a good chance that there could be more jack movement on this head now. Arneson will be looking to also come down on the backhand side. Split those two bowls of Busby's.
She's just under there. She might get caught up, does she? A little bit.
Narrowed it down even more now.
Yes. As we could hear, that pathway is becoming more difficult to enter. So Tower holding one. Augustine is going to end up in a very useful home again if she sits up, and she will.
Yes, she sat there.
So very difficult here for the McIntyre side to arrest the shot away from Paddy Symes's team. Arneson really needs to play the perfect bowl, and those two bowls, or three bowls as we can see at the top of the frame, make that alleyway in there much more difficult. And she's not going to get the shot, Arneson, but she's going to end up in an excellent home.
Oh.
Another very good bowl on the head. We can see it's virtually impossible for Symes to get another one here to add to the count.
Paddy's bowl, she'd probably get between those two bowls of Frances Busby's with her swing on her bowls.
Yes, I think that there most probably is a pathway through there. There isn't much room for error.
No.
She certainly wouldn't want to touch the Franklin bowl. There is a risk that she could turn that into the head.
A little bit.
Going to finish in another good home as well. I guess there is a risk here that McIntyre must be aware of, that she doesn't want to play with too much weight. She doesn't want the jack to be moved any further than a foot or two. Beyond that, she faces the risk that the count could jump up from 1, 2, 3 or 4.
Certainly could. Good line.
Looking to navigate the gap. She's got the first part of the equation. She hits the first Schwarzberger bowl, pushes it through, so it's measurably 4 seconds now to McIntyre, but it's still Symes holding 1.
The gate between those two bowls.
Paddy's on the mat very quick, Grant. She's going to get
Symes well short with her second. Didn't like that one, McIntyre, on the point of delivery.
I should put it out a bit wide. I think Paddy will be happy to get one.
So a further single to Paddy Symes' tower side brings them up to 9 points. It's Jane McIntyre's Renwick side still on 17, and we have completed 15 of the 25 ends. So it still very much is advantage McIntyre. We've also at the moment just witnessed the completion of end 16 in the second semi-final between Natasha Grimshaw of Kiatoa and Hastings and Karen Forrest of Manurewa. They are just adjudicating what the final count there has been. At least one counter has come out for Grimshaw. Forrest still in front. After 15 ends it was 15-9 to Karen Forrest, and we will give you the update on that very shortly.
There's a good bowl from Hazel, Grant.
Yes.
She seems to have found her weight a little bit better now, and her line.
Yes, these longer ends certainly are more to the liking of Schwarzberger, and it was in fact a 2 to Grimshaw in that second semi-final. So after 16 ends of that match, Karen Forrest of Manurewa leads Natasha Grimshaw of Kiatoa by 15 points to 11.
It's another good bowl. And on that side, the side that she hasn't been playing, very well played.
Yes, a good response from Hopgood, and it's a very valid point that you raise as well, Kathy, that Hopgood hasn't used that side at all. It's only been these last 2 ends that she's swapped, and she's made a useful fist of the 3 deliveries that she's had on that side so far.
Definitely. Well greened again, Hazel, just slightly short.
Still plenty of time to go in this match. 9 further ends after this one. Plenty of points still to be scored.
Another good bowl here, Grant.
Oh, this is an excellent bowl from Hopgood.
Great bowl. Wonderful bowl.
And she rolls back in, and it'll be very close to shot.
Comes Francis.
Going to be light and tasty is
think so.
Busby's first delivery. Really important that she gets a little bit of weight either on Schwarzberger's first bowl or the second delivery, which is shot from Hopgood. We believe McIntyre is holding 1.
And a good bowl coming here too, Grant.
Larita Franklin,
Keeps
the
beating
number
in front
2,
of that one.
sneaks
She's
around
close.
the bowl of
And still a handy bowl on the head.
Schwarzberger, yes. It'll be 4th shot, but again, as we said last end as well, the more bowls that are being put around the head is coming from the McIntyre side.
Definitely, Grant.
And it's making it difficult for Symes not only to score, but to score in the numbers that they most probably would like to close the margin. Franklin's second delivery, well lined again, but it's just going to pull up slightly short. So Symes having a good look at this.
Yeah.
Looking, as we can see, it just for a fraction of weight to sit on the shot bowl or turn her own bowl into the head. Augustine on the forehand side,
He's trying very hard,
not
Grant.
a million miles away. Swooping in towards the head now. She sits on the bowl.
Very good bowl.
Applause from Symes. And just the touch of the chest there from McIntyre, I think, indicates that it's most probably still one to the South Islanders. But Symes and Augustine now have something really to play to. Arneson goes beyond the head, but not in an all poor position. Still a good chance there could be jack movement on this end.
Oops, Jane's coming up to have a look, Grant. Probably looks a little bit different for her at the other end. I think she might be getting her to have a look to see whether she feels that she has got the shot or whether they're still one down. If the ball sat down, I think she would have the shot. She's having a look.
The importance of this, I think, cannot be underestimated, Kathy, at this stage of the game. Tau haven't scored the last two ends. They're very enthused, I think, and they desire to continue that momentum. It's often interesting or intriguing to analyse a card after a game has been completed to see the number of ends in succession that a side does score on. And part of that's just simply the mental state that all the players are in. They're on a roll, the team that's scoring. The side that isn't scoring are in a negative mindset. And I think if they can continue along that path by scoring on the next two or three ends, we could be in for a much tighter finish than what it appears at the moment.
Definitely, Grant, and especially like in those last 5 ends, it's always quite important to keep scoring on the 25 end game. A little bit weighty, Jane. It's a good home. McIntyre's having a look. Must be very close.
So Arneson drawing on the backhand side. Coming around those short bowls, she's very well weighted.
Great
A
bowl.
mighty effort.
Ooh,
Touches,
very good bowl. She touched that.
the shot bowl.
And I think it might have touched Jane's bowl, did it?
It actually, unbelievably almost, forced the Augustine bowl slightly up the green.
Definitely. There's a gap there now which wasn't there before.
Of course, if it's too tight for the players to determine who has shot, an umpire will be called, and we're very fortunate here in Taranaki to have a very strong umpires association. Loma Hibble is on duty today. Long serving umpire, adjudicated throughout the men's tournament as well as the women's. And they can be very long days indeed for umpires. You can go hours on end with no calls, and then suddenly you get thrown into the hot seat and have to make a decision. Certainly the game needs them, and we appreciate their assistance in the successful running of all of these tournaments.
Paddy's changed. She's coming down on the backhand side, Grant, now, a little bit weighty.
Yes, that was an interesting decision to come down that side. Perhaps that was an indication that they may have the shot. McIntyre on the backhand draw.
Looks a bit tight, Grant.
So she goes underneath the head. Symes drawing on the backhand as well.
She might run across too, Grant, I think, for Paddy's bowl.
Yes, narrow. Won't adjust the head. So the mystery of who holds will soon be resolved on this, the 16th end. As McIntyre's second delivery, well greened, travels through by a metre though. Arneson and Augustine inspecting. And in the end it is determined that Arneson will measure. And while she does so, we can advise on end 17 of the second semi-final that Grimshaw has picked up a single. And so now after 17 ends, Karen Forrest of Manurewa leads Natasha Grimshaw of Kiatoa by 15 shots to 12. And there's the signal from Dot Arneson. It's a single to Jane McIntyre's side. They go out to an 18-9 lead after 16 ends in this feature game. Kathy, with all your experiences and successes in bowls, you've been on both sides of the coin, so to speak, in this situation. You've been in front, you've been behind. If we were to look at it from the angle of the Paddy Symes side, they scored on the previous two ends. Now they've conceded another end. McIntyre has responded by having a shorter length end than what the Tau side had scored on. What is it that, how would you be sort of encouraging your side, or what would you be endeavouring to do to try and change the momentum at this stage?
Well, I think, I just noticed McIntyre's lead. She went back to her other side of the green, and she's very heavy. I sometimes wonder maybe whether Francis should have changed and kept on the side that the McIntyre lead was playing, to maybe try and put her off. But Francis is stuck to the other side of the green, on the road side, if you like to call it, or the eastern side, whereas McIntyre's lead is always playing on the stadium side of the green. And she's corrected this one pretty well. I think they need to try and change something, whether it's the length, whether they bring the mat up, if they could win the end.
So Hopgood draws the shot, albeit a metre and a half shy of the jack.
Exactly.
Plenty of room as Swartzberger's second delivery down on the forehand side. She was well grasped with the first one, and this one looks well pointed as well. She's adjusted the weight even better with this one, and that'll be a good opening bowl from the Symes's side on this end. Something for the rest of the team to build on.
Very hard for the Tower side. These others are playing so well. And seemingly, even if a longer end, they still seem to be able to get their bowls there, Grant.
Yes, they have a good consistency of controlling their weight. And that shot there we saw drawn by Larita Franklin. 3 Marlborough titles to her name. The persistence.
Right,
That's
so
what
this
it's
is an
about.
area. This much needs to pick it up. Oh, nearly.
Well weighted bowl, that one from Busby. She gave it every chance. All she needed was a little bit of green and she would have either sat the shot bowl or picked up the jack.
She was definitely in the target area, Grant, and that's what you need to be.
Franklin's second delivery. Going to come to a very, very good home indeed.
Very good bowl there.
Good catching position, third shot. And again, we have seen the reason why the score is as it is.
Trying hard here, Francis.
Busby has the jack.
Well played. Very good bowl. Corrected her first bowl well.
Takes the shot for the Symes side. Arneson following down the same path. Never far away is the Marlborough Gold Star holder.
The breeze is a little bit more steady now, Grant. The flags are a little bit more straighter.
And that, I guess, will make it more difficult to control the weight
Yes.
with a head and tail wind. Augustine is well played. She sits on the second shot bowl. I suspect that'll be 2 now to Paddy Symes. Arneson looking to turn over that Franklin bowl or sit on the Busby bowl. Just
she's
going to
very
drift
close.
underneath the Franklin bowl. This
And-
is a great shot from Dot Arneson.
Oh,
Shot itself.
It breaks your heart, Grant.
Well, the perfect bowl, I think, is a front toucher, and even though Arneson didn't quite touch the jack in this situation, it sits in the position almost of a front toucher. It is virtually impossible to beat. And when you are holding 2, chasing the game, that is a real big turning point. Augustine with draw weight only gets half a revolution out of the earlier Busby bowl, but still McIntyre holding 1. McIntyre going to follow Arneson down on the forehand.
Could be a little bit wide, I think, Grant here. Oh, she's coming back now.
Of course, that bowl still most probably within the Johnny Murder yardstick.
Yes, definitely.
This is one of the better heads that we've seen in this semi-final.
Penny won't like that one.
No, it was well and truly narrow. Saw an excellent 18th then just being completed in the other semi-final. The jack had been moved down the back of the rink. Grimshaw held one on the changeover. And Manuera skip Karen Forrest ran the bowl off the head to take a single. So Forrest now leads by 16 shots to 12 after 18 ends in that second semi-final.
It's trying to cover these back bowls. Paddy gets a very good bowl there.
So Symes one down.
Changed to hand, coming down on the back end this time.
It'll be too wide. Further signal to the Jane McIntyre side. They crib out a little bit further. 19-9 after 17 of the scheduled 25 ends.
You'll be happy to be scoring ones, Grant, even while you're scoring, the opposition are not scoring.
And I guess that's part of the frustration that the team that is in arrears feels. The clock is ticking. The ends are running out. And we're in that situation now with just 8 ends remaining, that and 10 points the difference. That for Symes to win this game, she's going to have to start scoring multiples.
Twos would be fine. Would help a big.
Hopgood back to her preferred western side of the rink. A very sound opening delivery.
Very good effort, Hazel.
Hopgood points it down in the right direction again. McIntyre showing some energy or request for the bowl to keep moving. It's not quite going to run it out.
Not quite. He should be.
A good knocker.
I think this one's a little bit narrow and a little bit light.
Yes, I think that was the case of Swartzberger trying to just take a little bit of weight off the bowl. And the green at the pace it is at is so difficult to make that minute adjustment. She was only a matter of most probably 50 centimetres beyond the jack with her first delivery.
He's a good bowl. Be the shot itself.
Franklin sits
Well
on her
played.
leads Hopgood's bowl. That makes 2. Always been of interest. There are different philosophies of the game, and an age-old one always was that no twos build the head. They are the backbone of the side, and we have seen that from Franklin time and time again in this match. Her bowls there or thereabouts, end after end.
Always in a handy spot, Grant.
She switches to her backhand side with the second bowl. Arcing in towards the jack now. She's repeated the dose.
Very good bowl. Excellent bowl. The shot itself.
Yes, she's in good touch at the moment, is Larita Franklin.
Giving it a little bit of
Not
a
a
nudge
bad
here.
effort here from Busby.
Great effort.
Hits the shot bowl onto the jackets. It's still 3 to McIntyre. However, it does create a bit of a target there. The angle on the screen measurably beline the passageway that is available to the Symes side to attack that head, and attack it they will need to.
They need to score points, Grant. They need to score. Here's another good bowl here.
Oh. Well, she was a little lucky with that one, Arneson. Opening, potentially could have really opened the head up, but as it's turned out, she's certainly reduced the count. Well, in fact, she may not have. It may still, in fact, be 4, but she's taken away the direct route to the jack. And Symes' side has nothing over the head. Not quite sure what's happened here. We've seen Augustine walk away from the mat. Perhaps there was some movement beyond the scoreboard. But yes, it most probably looks like McIntyre holding 4 on the head, and Augustine attempting to dead draw it, which is a very difficult proposition indeed.
Quite breezy out there near Grant. We're just looking at Paddy's clothes bushing around, the flags swirling around a bit.
Yes, and of course this is downwind. The infrequency breezes in New Plymouth today. Arneson on the backhand with this delivery. McIntyre actually asking her to get over the head, and she's going to pull up short. It does narrow the passageway though for a draw attempt from Augustine. No communication between the skip and 3. They looked at each other. Augustine, therefore, is on the mat to try and draw the shot.
Let's get under that one.
On a good line here. A very, very good attempt here from Jane Augustine.
Very good bowl.
Flops in. It'll still be 1 to McIntyre.
Second shot.
1 is certainly a lot better than 4. McIntyre, of course, will be more than happy to take a single on this end. But there is, at least now, for the Tower side, something for skip Paddy Symes to play to. She can either come down and sit the shot bowl or dislodge the jack. McIntyre doesn't have a bowl beyond the jack at this stage, and I'm guessing that's where she will want to head with this first delivery. Heading towards the jack.
Great bowl. Counting. Yep.
It could be counting. My hunch is it most probably is just out of the count. Augustine inspecting the head now.
Yeah,
She's
definitely 2 down.
2 down. I think that has forced Symes's hand. She must play with weight. There is a risk that she could lose her own bowl, but she'd be unlucky to do so.
She's looking for the split between these if she's lucky. No, not quite.
She pushes through the Busby bowl, moves that up closer towards the head. At the same time, she also narrows down the ability to attack with her next bowl, and we can, while we wait for McIntyre's delivery to come, we can advise that there has been a big turnaround in the second semi-final. On the 19th end, Natasha Grimshaw picked up a 5, and so now after 19 ends, the Kia Toa Hawke's Bay side has hit the front, and they now lead Karen Forrest of Manurewa by 17 points to 16. Grimshaw, of course, playing in this tournament with Sue Rogers, Sarah Weeks, Hannah Ree da Silva. And teaming up with Karen Forrest is Jan Larson, Adrian Tilliard and Jenny Walsh. Symes playing down on the backhand side with weight, looks to be narrow, comes off one of the short bowls, still walks through the head, touches nothing else. Augustine tips out one. She'll have a closer look at the second one now. Having a good look at it. Disappointing conclusion to that end for the Tower side. They really needed to start their scoring momentum, but it wasn't to be. Augustine calls for Loma Hibble, the umpire, to come and determine whether there is a second shot.
First time she's been called for Grant in this game.
Certainly, yes. A vastly experienced umpire, as we said earlier in our commentary, Loma Hibble, formerly of the Smart Road Club in New Plymouth, made famous way back in 1977 when they had a team that made the last 32 of the Dominion Fours in the men's ranks. That Dominion, of course, being one of the most famous of them all, and indeed the largest of them all, with, wait for it, 812 teams contesting the Fours that year. And that club on the eastern outskirts of the city here in New Plymouth, unfortunately, was closed about 6 or 7 years ago and resulted in a merger with the Fitzroy Club. That's where Loma Hibble commenced her bowl. She's now a member here at Paritutu, and a great servant of the Umpires Association. Of course, this tournament commenced on Tuesday morning. 56 sides there were. They were split into 4 sections of 14. Those 56 sides needed to win 4 games or more from the 6 25-end section play matches. There were 25 teams that achieved that milestone, and now there remain just 4 sides. And looking at the achievements, or the record of Jane McIntyre's side, yesterday morning in the opening round of post section they scored a 35-19 win over Papakura's Gail Melrose. Of course, Melrose was the 2012 Dominion Fours winner. Her side included Mark Davies, who so successfully skipped the winning side 2 years ago. And then in the afternoon, McIntyre eliminated the 2012 Taranaki Open winning side, and indeed the 2013 Dominion winning fours side, skipped by Paritutu's Heather Johns. That was no mean feat yesterday indeed from McIntyre, as Loma Hibble concludes her adjudication, and it is a count of 2, which takes the scoreline through now to 21 to Jane McIntyre and 9 to Paddy Symes. We have 7 ends remaining in this semi-final clash.
Another shorter end, Grant.
Yes, some determination here as to whether it's up or not, and she hasn't been called for the first 3 and a bit hours of this game, Loma Hibble. Now she's been called for a second time in 3 minutes. Long tape here, so they measure from the top of the mat, the part of the mat which is closest to the jack, right through to the jack. It must be 23 metres at this stage. Of course, on a rebounding jack that is reduced down to 20 metres. But at this stage, Hibble will determine whether the jack is 23 metres. Of course, if it is not, the jack will be thrown back to the other end. Swartzberger will re-deliver it. A rule that most probably doesn't appease too many bowlers. For many years, the rule had changed to the non-offending side placing the jack and mat. Hibble has adjudicated that the jack in this instance is up. So Hopgood will continue at this length, which has been profitable for the McIntyre side.
I think it's a little bit shorter than what they have been having, Grant. And that's quite a way up, yeah.
Yes, I think that's a very good point that you've made there, Kathy. And we saw McIntyre pointing in that direction, that this is a bit shorter than what they in fact have been playing. That throwing of the jack is so important in controlling, of course, the length, but therefore also the match itself.
Oh, definitely, Grant, especially when one side prefers a different length to the other.
Hopgood's second delivery.
Just a
She got a little bit off the bowl.
A little bit off.
Still going to run through by just over a metre.
And that's probably the length that they have been playing coming that way, probably where her bowls are.
Good observation. Swartzberger, though, has been unable to take advantage of the situation, and she goes through with her second delivery as she had with her first. Franklin. She's charging at it as well. Some signs of frustration coming through from McIntyre. As we alluded to earlier in the commentary, it's very hard to get that weight precise when you have a changed length. Busby draws the shot.
She's a bit short.
She's a little short, but
yeah, it's the closest one.
It's the closest one at the moment. Franklin needing to run the bowl out. McIntyre showing some interest in it. Crawls towards the jack.
That'll be the shot.
Bud speed changes to the backhand. And we can see that they just keep flittering through on the short length. Quite precise you have to be with the weight on this shorter length.
Definitely, Grant. Very hard on a faster green.
And at the completion of N20 in the second semi-final, we see that Natasha Grimshaw leads Karen Forrest by 18 shots to 16. Grimshaw picking up a single on that 20th end, so they're on the home straight now in that second semi-final. Just 2 shots between those two sides. Anyone's game. Of course, Forrest has 3 New Zealand Inter-Centre titles to her name, been won between counties in Waikato. Grimshaw has won distinctions galore at provincial level. She also won the New Zealand Club Triples title, and indeed the now defunct Auckland Bowls New Zealand Open Singles.
Jane's a little bit heavy as well. All well greened.
Yes, I think that's the main reason for the more scattered nature of this head, is the shortness of the length compared to the lengths that they have been playing.
He's a good bowl.
Experienced.
But no,
Arneson hangs about.
It'll be counting, I would think. Two shots signalled by the marker. Here comes Jane. This could be the shot. Well done. Jane's just scored the shot for Tower.
Good reply from Augustine. Just getting an update on the pairs final, which is taking place on the back green here at Paritutu. The first edition of that consolation pairs event, as we watch McIntyre break towards the head. Her bowl swings and arcs towards the jack now, and she gets just inside the Augustine bowl to take the shot. Well played, Jane McIntyre.
Great bowl.
And the score in that pairs semi-final currently is 14-6 to Rhonda Adams and Leslie Tower of the Fitzroy Club.
Paddy's just drawn a toucher. Great bowl, Paddy. Well done.
Bowls Taranaki life member and patron Paddy Symes. Draws the toucher, sensing the urgency of their situation. Augustine rushes forward and marks the toucher. It won't actually matter in this situation. McIntyre playing with weight is too wide. A further single to Adams makes the score now 15-6 after 12 ends in that pairs decider. So that's Leslie Tiawa and Rhonda Adams of the Fitzroy Club in New Plymouth playing against the Plympton duo of Philippa Christie and Kath Thompson.
Just out. One shot to Tower on that end, so the score now goes to 21-10 after 19 ends.
Yes, very desirable outcome for Paddy Symes' side to arrest the decline there, having lost the previous 3 ends. They would have been hoping for more than one, but If we look towards the scoreboard now and calculate that there are 6 ends remaining, if they can set the objective of scoring on each of those 6 ends, they could well go close to taking the game.
Tried for a longer end, Grant, and whoops-a-daisy, the jack's gone into the ditch, so it goes back to the Renwick side.
Indeed, Judy Hopgood will throw the jack.
Matt's been moved up a bit.
McIntyre standing a bit deeper than what she did last end. Hopgood taking more care and attention over this one.
Yes, I don't think she'll want another little short one like that last end. This certainly isn't.
Closer to a long than a short end.
Definitely a lot closer.
Swartzberg's opening delivery is useful.
It's a good opener, France, from Hazel.
Some of the Hara supporters in the crowd offering some encouragement. But she certainly has been quite consistent on these longer length heads. We see Karen Forrest draw, I believe, a couple of shots on the adjacent rink, and the bowls are being pulled out at the moment. There's already been 4 counters removed in favour of Forrest, now 5. This is quite a turnaround in that game. Quite a loose head from the Kiatoa side. They didn't have anything within 1.5 metres of the jack. I'm unsure whether that was the case for the duration of the end or whether they had bowls dislodged, but certainly at the final analysis it was 5 to Karen Forrest, which propels her side into the lead, 21-18 after 21 ends.
And I did notice, Grant, too, on the end that Kiatoa scored those 5 was going the same way, and they were quite scattered shots as well when they were taking them out. So Manuera got their 5 shots back again.
Yes, and in both instances it was into the wind.
And a loose end.
Yes, and generally speaking, downwind is a little easier to play than into the wind. Busby with her first delivery on the forehand side, arcing nicely towards the jack here. That'll be the shot.
Definitely the shot.
Of course, the Tower Club in Hara has a number of noted male competitors, including the famous Anderson family. They're a little thin on the women's ranks. This side of Paddy Symes's was the only entry received from that club in this tournament. Symes, of course, is previously of Pihama and Opanaki clubs in coastal Taranaki. As Busby's second delivery very similar to her first one.
Yeah, 2 good bowls from Francis, 2 handy bowls.
Pushes it slightly closer. And there is a real sense that they need to score a number.
You certainly do. They need to be scoring 2s and something a little bit more.
Franklin will be disappointed with that one. She was well through with her first, well short and narrow with the second. That's the worst end she's played in this semi-final. Augustine on the backhand sides left this one short as well.
Well short from Jane.
Anderson with this delivery's on the heavy side.
She certainly wasn't short.
Augustine, second delivery, certainly has a lot more juice in the tank this time. But she's narrow. Hits her own bowl and does nothing. Anderson trying to draw the shot. She could be 3 down here. McIntyre's given it away. Short and narrow as well. So there's a sniff on this end for Paddy Symes' tower side. They can manage to put together a 3 or 4 here.
Makes a big difference. Comes Paddy.
Symes with the preference on the backhand.
I think she's going to duck a bit too soon, Grant.
She's narrow. Unless she gets a Palais glide.
A little bit more than that.
Tower holding 2 or 3. McIntyre under a little bit of pressure. She hasn't been in this situation very often in this game. Got to come around that short bowl of Augustine's, but she's not going to. Got a bit of weight on it.
Well spoken, Jane. Bit of green for Paddy's bowl. Depends on her weight. No, not quite.
Most probably just needed a fraction more air on it.
Pivots, definitely.
Big bowl, this one from Jane McIntyre. Looks to be on the narrow side again.
She gets a little rub. No.
Won't touch anything and will walk through the head. Anderson takes out the 2 Busby bowls.
3.
And acknowledges that Swartfurges is also in the count. It's 3. There's a sniff. There's a chance. They all count from now on. 21-13 after 20 of the 25 ends. Jane McIntyre, Renwick and Marlborough leads Paddy Symes of Hara, the Tower Club in that particular town.
Back to the longer ends, are we? Or did that go? No, it didn't go in the ditch. Back to the longer ends, Grant.
Yes, and I guess in this situation when you're chasing the game there's no harm in throwing a long end. It's more of a raffle, particularly into that wind. Those are the lengths of heads where you're more likely to get numbers.
Yeah, good opener here from Hazel. Just a little bit short. Good sighter.
Symes applauding that one. It's adjacent.
I'll be a little bit weighty with this one, I think. That one went
Yes.
into the ditch.
Tension levels also rising on the adjacent rink. Playing the 22nd end over there. Forrest leading by 3 and holding 1 on the head. And Swartzberger drops a little short with this bowl.
Yes, I'll be giving a bit of a push here.
Hopgood down the backhand side. She's played well on this side, particularly on the 3/4 length ends.
The first ball went in the ditch.
So just this one better. It's not quite going to run it out though.
No.
And on that 22nd end, Grimshaw came down with her last bowl, hit her own team's second shot bowl, and walked through and got the shot. So a single shot there to Grimshaw tightens the margin up. It's 21-19 to Karen Forrest of Manurewa over Natasha Grimshaw of Kyoto. They've got 3 ends to play. That's wide open, that clash.
He's another one of these scattered heads, Grant. Change the length. Francis can get in between these bowls. She could be quite close.
Yes, she's well pointed here, Frances Busby.
Very good bowl. It'll be the shot itself.
It's at least 2 to Paddy Symes' side. As we said last end, if they could get a number, a multiple.
Another 3 would be, they'd be very happy if they could get that.
Suddenly the pressure swings around to the opposition side. As Larita Franklin on the backhand side. She's
Very
well
close.
pointed here. She comes underneath Hopgood's bowl, but just walks through between the counter. So be second shot. Very good bowl on the head.
Very good bowl.
Of course, these 25 end games can be quite a marathon. They are a test of endurance. They are a test of concentration. Very easy to have a lapse in concentration, particularly when the score has a large differential between the two teams.
Probably just out of it, Grant, is it?
Yes, I think it may
Yeah,
just
his third
fallen out of
shot,
the count.
yeah.
Arneson will continue the team's trend though on the backhand side. She was given the option by McIntyre. She's elected to play the slightly tighter side.
Close.
Coming underneath
Any
the
movements?
bowl of Hopgood. And she's got the jack.
Great bowl. Still only be 1. I don't know.
The wise old head of Dot Arneson takes the shot for the Renwick side. McIntyre holding 1.
Jane's bowl.
Augustine reaching down towards the shot bowl, just over draw weight, and just passes by. Excellent attempt.
Great attempt by Jane.
But that bowl that Arneson played, moving the jack back, it's positioned very healthy for the Renwick side at the moment. I would suggest to you, Kathy, it's a lot more difficult for Paddy Symes to try and convert that head. Very hard when a bowl is so close, particularly sitting on the alignment as it is with the jack in the situation.
Definitely Grant.
As well known Taranaki identity, Ross Davis converses with the Marlborough side, getting an update on proceedings.
Ooh.
Arneson pulls up a little short with that one, but she won't be all unhappy with that. The last thing I think she would want to do is to fatten that target.
Definitely.
So looking at the head as it lies, we can see most of it in the picture. Beyond what we can see in the picture, there is the shot bowl from the Jane McIntyre side, and then a bit further beyond that is most probably the fourth shot. As we can see now at the top of the picture, that bowl of Arneson's, her first one, is most probably fourth shot. So even if Symes were to clip out the shot bowl, the damage is most probably only going to be one. Symes will play the forehand.
Now hold your head up, Paddy.
Looking for the jack or the shot bowl. Pushes Busby.
Oh, well,
Good effort, Paddy.
Not quite.
Okay. Gonna come round and cover this bowl here.
Arneson instructing McIntyre to cover. Again, I think illustrating the point that they do not wish to fatten the head.
I'd be happy to have one probably at this stage, Grant.
I think every end from now on that Jane McIntyre's team scores on is another nail in the coffin of Paddy Symes' tower side.
Very good.
As in fact,
Good
McIntyre comes around all of those short bowls, finishes jack level, and is very close to counting.
Yes, Arneson has put two fingers up, indicating two shots to Renwick.
A wonderful outcome.
Very good bowl.
Look at the submarine bowl. Get the jack.
So Symes looking for jack movement. Big bowl, this one.
Very big bowl.
Looks to be well pointed.
Ooh, green here.
Looks to be well pointed here. Paddy Symes has the jack.
Oh, great bowl.
And it's still one to Jane McIntyre. Wonderful effort there from Symes. Couldn't have played it much better.
That second shot there. Yep.
Very good bowl, Paddy.
So McIntyre, her second delivery on the forehand side. She doesn't seem
Doesn't seem
too
to.
interested in it. Happy to take the single. Extend the advantage out to 22 points to 13.
One.
A differential of 9 with just 4 ends remaining. Looking across at that Grimshaw Forest game, they're on a long head into the wind. Forest has just drawn the shot. Nothing terribly close. Grimshaw with her last bowl. Looks like she has gone close to drawing it. There's some applause. Confirmation now that Grimshaw lies one and Forrest has one bowl to play. As Hopgood leads off with her first bowl. And Forrest went between the bowl and the jack, leaving Grimshaw with one in a 1-point game with 2 ends remaining in that second semi-final. Forrest in front by 1.
Oops.
Swartzford goes through the head.
That's scattered leading. Wind would making it very tricky now, Grant.
Hopgood changes hands. She'd partially blocked herself with her first delivery, but she's put together a useful response and reply here.
Yeah, very good bowl. Changed the length as well. Went from a long end to a much shorter end, and they played into the wind. This one looks a little bit narrow from Hazel.
Good weight.
Very good.
Handy enough on the head. But of course the situation is now that they need to start making up numbers.
Certainly do.
Franklin's first bowl is a good one.
Great bowl. Very good bowl.
Busby dislodges the second shot. 2 handy bowls on the head now for Tower.
Pretty well pointed again, right, just around that bowl, just under it, and it'll be second.
Oh yes, she sneaked inside it.
She certainly did. 2 good bowls.
She'll be happy with her bowls this afternoon, will Larita Franklin.
Yeah.
Busby searching for the shot bowl or the jack. Oh, she was
great effort.
unlucky there. Just half a bowl out. So Arneson conversing with McIntyre, querying where the Busby bowl finished in relation to the jack. The information is at jack level, therefore the backhand draw shot is quite safe. Despite the line being good on that one, Arneson pulls up well short. Keeping an eye on that adjacent rink, we can see that Forrest is calling the tune on this penultimate end, holding 2 close shots. Grimshaw currently has nothing close, as Augustine pulls up well short.
A little bit narrow too, Grant.
Important now that the Tower side get a bit of weight onto that shot bowl. They need to remove it from the head on that backhand side. They would possibly have 3 shots if they did so. Arneson coming in to try and take that shot away, and she's going to finish in a very useful position there. Virtually impossible on just over draw weight now to dislodge that bowl.
Yeah, it's a better line this time. And a duck. Ooh, very close.
Gets
Gave
a
it a
feather
no.
on the jack. Of course, scoring at this on this end is going to be paramount for Paddy Symes' side.
They need to score on this end.
Forrest still holding 2 in the second semi-final on the penultimate end. Her number 3, Jenny Welsh, is about to deliver her first bowl. Forrest also up on the board by 1. And we have now received confirmation that the pairs competition has been finalised. I'm sorry, it has not been finalised. It's only 16 ends played. And Rhonda Adams of Fitzroy, 18, leads Kath Thompson of Plympton, 10, after 16 of those 21 ends. So Adams and Leslie Tiawa, they're in the box position at the moment, but there's still 5 ends remaining in that clash.
Good ball here from the Renwick skip. Yeah. Makes it very difficult for Tau.
Symes looking to play with weight on the forehand side. Comes off one of the short bowls and will walk away from the head. Life is becoming more difficult for the Tau team.
Another good ball coming down from the Ringwood skip.
Jane McIntyre on the backhand.
Oh, very good balls.
And we saw Grimshaw on the adjacent rink remove one of the shot bowls and stay on the head. Unsure who's holding now. Symes on the forehand. Looking to dislodge the shot bowl. Looks to be on the wide side. Hits that bowl of, I think it's Hopgood's bowl, towards the head. It won't adjust the count. It'll still be 1 to Jane McIntyre.
23, 30.
Taking the score to 23 points to 13 to McIntyre. And they have 3 ends remaining.
They need to score a number now, Grant.
Yes, if this 23rd end goes in favour of McIntyre, it will be almost shake hands time. And it was a single scored by Karen Forrest in the second semi-final. So her side now takes a 22 points to 20 lead into the final end of that semi-final clash.
Got a bit longer end coming this way, Grant, from the Ringwick side. Unfortunately, Judy Hopgood's bowl went into the ditch.
So, a small opening for Swartzberger.
Very good bowl, Hazel.
And she continues to draw well on these long ends.
This one's going to be pulling up a little bit short from Judy.
Yes. Not a good end from Judy Hopgood.
Be one of her worst ends, I think. She hasn't had too many ends like that. One's a little bit wider from Hazel.
So, all close bowls at the moment from the Jane McIntyre side are going to cement the advantage that they currently have in this game. Franklin choosing the backhand side as well. McIntyre a little concerned that she could get tangled up. She won't, but she'll trickle through the head by some distance. In fact, she'll flop into the ditch.
She has gone into the ditch.
These are the sorts of ends that skips do not like. Not a bowl at the moment from the Marlborough side within 5 metres or 6 metres of the jack. Busby takes the shot away from Swartzberger. Plenty of room to draw a close second here.
Definitely is.
Franklin coming around the short bowl of Hopgood. But she's fallen victim to the same situation as Hopgood did, in the ditch with the first and well short with the second. Arneson looking out, wondering what the hell is going on.
Comes Francis again. She's certainly narrow. It could go out. I'm not sure.
Arneson has chosen the forehand side.
There's a good track under that short bowl of Hazel's.
And this is why she has a gold star in Marlborough.
Oh, very good bowl.
Despite not getting the shot, she certainly reduced the count to 2 and has ended up in a very good position. Symes waving her arms and encouragement for the bowl to keep moving, and this bowl of Augustine's must have some eyes, because keep moving it does to draw another shot. Looking across at the Grimshaw Forest Head, the front two have played for both teams. Forest holding 1, nothing within a metre of the jack at the moment though. It's a valiant attempt from Arneson, just pulls up short. Symes holding 2 or 3.
Might be a bit wide, that one, Grant.
Yes, that won't trouble the scorers.
No, I don't think so. Definitely
Good weight.
2.
McIntyre. Big opportunity here to put the game beyond doubt by drawing the shot.
Got a good track through there. Ooh. Looks like Karen Frost might be holding the shot over on the other side, at least with one bowl.
McIntyre a little on the wide and heavy side here. She'll charge through into the ditch.
Oops. She dislodged it.
Yes, the shot bowl in the Forest game was dislodged by Hannah Rio da Silva. Unsure though who has the shot there. There's most probably 2 metres away is the closest bowl.
See a bit on here.
So McIntyre with this second delivery, looking to drop a bit of weight off the first bowl.
Not sure whether she was hunting the bowl or trying to hunt the jack. Grant, she certainly played with ditch weight, didn't she?
Yes, indeed. Lots of holes there though.
Lots of holes.
Given her drawing ability that she's shown throughout this match.
She's drawn very good bowls. Yeah. She's got to sit on those
Staggering
bowls
up
over
towards
there.
the head.
Sit on that bowl. She's certainly got.
Could well be second shot. We'll wait for the indication from Augustine.
Certainly would have made a difference.
Grimshaw attacking in the other game.
Should they follow through?
She's hit a short bowl and walked through the head and got the shot. As Symes draws another.
Very good bowl, Paddy.
This count could be interesting. We suspect on the Forest Grimshaw game, Forest of course leading by 2, both skips have a bowl left each, that Grimshaw is holding 1 on the head. She needs 2 to force the game into overtime.
Like it might have been 2, Grant, I think.
Yes.
2 to Paddy. Symes makes the score 23-15 after 23 ends. 8 the diff with 2 to go.
So 2 fours required by Paddy Symes' Tower side if they are to tie this match up and force it into overtime. As Grimshaw holding 1 on the head, plays her last bowl in the semi-final. No indication from anyone at this stage. She looks to be very well weighted.
Great
And
bowl.
she has drawn the shot itself in that game. So we'll just watch the count there. 2 have already come out. Rio da Silva looking for a third. Looking all over the place. It may well be wishful thinking. But certainly these last few ends in that game, it's been Natasha Grimshaw that has done the damage for the Kia Toa side. They've got the measure out there at the moment. Rio da Silva and number 3 for Karen Forrest, Jenny Welsh, have got the tape around.
Francis, need a
At
good
this
bowl from you
stage,
here.
it doesn't appear as if there are any more. It's just 2. So there'll be an extra end. And the second semi-final as Hazel Swartzberger draws the shot.
Good correction, Hazel, from her first bowl.
Hopgood falls short. Really, it's got to the situation now, isn't it, Kathy, that Paddy Symes's side needs to just draw as many bowls as close to that jack as possible. They don't need to worry about cover. They don't need to worry about protection. They've just got to put them close and hope that the opposition miss.
They need to score. You can't score and cover. You need to score. And they've got 2 at the moment. They certainly need a 4 minimum.
Larita Franklin's first bowl walks through the head without touching anything.
2 gaps here.
Busby on the backhand once again. She drew a good one with the first.
Might be a bit short this time, Grant.
There's a little on the short side, but it's good enough to count at this
Will
stage.
do.
Bowls that far away have certainly been counting on the last few ends in the Grimshaw Forest semi-final.
Looks a better pointed bowl, this one.
Old steady Larita Franklin,
Very good bowl.
and Paddy Symes admits it is the shot.
Very good bowl.
Jane Augustine just reaching through the head, a good position there.
Very good position.
Dot Arneson looking to place another ball on the head for McIntyre. They've worked their way into this position, given themselves every chance of winning the game by virtue of the greater number of shots that they have drawn during the clash so far. Augustine now, she needs to get some movement on that shot bowl or the jack. McIntyre just obscuring our viewing
Here
position.
she comes.
Oh, what a bowl! Jane Augustine.
Very good bowl.
3 is the indication, and dare I say it, the 4th can't be that far away. A brilliant bowl. Sensing the importance of the situation, McIntyre has called Arneson up to the head. After the Leeds bowls in the adjacent clash, it's Grimshaw's lead that holds the shot about 50 centimetres away dead in front of the jack. Of course, this is a head very difficult to penetrate. There's timber in front, and the bowls are so close that it's virtually impossible to draw it on either hand. In this situation, Kathy, would you be looking to try and open it up, or would you be trying to spot draw a bowl close to minimise the damage?
I think you'd be trying to get something close to try and cut it back. If you can get third shot, that's a big help for them. It's hard to get in there. It's even hard to get in on that forehand coming up there with those short bowls out the side, it makes it difficult playing that hand.
So
See,
the tower side of Paddy Symes is holding 3. Could even be at a stretchy measure out to 4.
could well be. She's got a bowl that she can use out the side here, but she's just a little bit
Arneson
wide.
playing with weight.
Yes. Skip just indicated just a draw. But she wasn't going to be short, was she, Grant?
No, there's no prizes for being short in that situation. She had everything to gain by being up, that's for sure.
Well, definitely.
You just sense a little bit of tenseness, anxiety creeping into the voice there of McIntyre, which we haven't witnessed so far throughout this match. Of course, McIntyre from rich bowling stock. Her auntie Rhoda Ryan, twice a winner of this tournament. New Zealand legend, of course, Rhoda Ryan was. And Jane McIntyre endeavouring to follow in those footsteps. And this her maiden visit to the Taranaki Women's Open Fours. Symes needs to add.
She certainly does. Be out under that wing bowl there. She's close.
Symes
Ooh.
arcing in towards the head now. She's certainly drawn another one.
Very good bowl.
Great shot from Paddy Symes.
Certainly got 4 now, Grant.
Yes, and the challenge for McIntyre is to get sufficient weight around those short bowls to get some movement on the head.
Definitely. Must be a bit delayed, and here she comes. Well, she's trying. She's close.
McIntyre
She's gonna go
breaking
past.
into the head. Just walks past. That's what we were indicating.
Yes.
Those bowls that are basically on the same line as the counting bowls means that it's virtually impossible to get any weight or sufficient weight with which to push those shot bowls onto the jack to dislodge it. So Symes has an opportunity here.
Maybe a bit wider with this one, is she? Oh, she's coming in.
Going to come underneath that bowl and arc towards the head. She's going to be unlucky though and be on the
Very
outside.
much.
If she'd been on the inside of that, she would have counted.
She was good weight.
As the skips get down to play in the second semi-final. Grimshaw holding shot on the head. Forrest with 2 to play.
She's a bit tighter with this one.
Nothing changes. So we'll wait for the count. Is it 4 or is it 5? What we do know is that this semi-final, despite being dominated for so much by Jane
4.
McIntyre, will go to the last end. It's a count of 4. Forrest misses with her first delivery.
So,
Grimshaw inspecting the head to try and determine which position her last bowl will go to. She's holding 2 shots on the head. She's, I think, looking for cover.
so the score now is 23-19 to Renwick, playing the last end. Tower need 4 shots to force an extra end. Back to the longer ends again.
So it's been a good fight back, this one, from Paddy Symes' tower side, as we said throughout the commentary. They needed to start putting more bowls around the head, and finally they have responded. It's a matter of whether they're going to have sufficient ends to get across the line.
Good opener from Hazel. Very good
Fort
bowl,
Fergus sets
Hazel.
them up well. Forrest is on the mat with her last bowl.
I don't think she'll be short, Grant.
No, she attacked with her first bowl, and we would expect something similar with her second as we watch a very good reply here.
Oh, very good
Just-
try.
Forrest has delivered the bowl and playing with weight. Grimshaw not looking. She's begging for it to come through. She
that's
gets
good.
the shot bowl, moves it on to the jack. And I think, though, that the shot still sits with the Natasha Grimshaw side. Unlucky there was Karen Forrest. She got what she was aiming for, got the shot bowl, moved on to the jack, and the jack ended up lodging adjacent to the Hawke's Bay side, and so it will be Natasha Grimshaw's side of Sue Rogers, Sarah Weeks, Hannah Reid da Silva and Natasha Grimshaw, the skip, that will go through to tomorrow's final. And who they will play in that final, we will be able to tell you within the next 10 minutes most probably. Paddy Symes of Hara's Tower Club, they need 4 shots on this last end to tie the match against Jane McIntyre's Renwick side. And the way it's commenced at the moment, that is on the cards, with Symes holding 2.
2 good bowls by Hazel. Francis needs to add to them. Just slightly out of it.
Excellent line from Busby. Another metre of weight required. Larita Franklin's first bowl
Very
looks
close.
to be well pointed. Looks to be well pointed.
Oh,
That is a
very,
great shot from the number 2 out of the Springlands club.
very good bowl.
Very hard to dislodge it given how it's positioned on the head as well. So close to the jack, it's low of the jack as well.
It's Francis. Should be over the head.
Yes, that was a match-winning shot that Franklin played there. The pressure was certainly on. Looking to finish with this one just beyond the head.
She doesn't like this one. She's gone out a little bit wider.
Although all is not lost with that bowl. It's the first bowl from the Renwick side that is over the head. Augustine needing to get weight onto that shot bowl. Breaking in towards the head, but she gets off that short bowl. Changes nothing. Quite interesting here. We see that McIntyre is calling Arneson to put in a block, which is quite early in the head to do so.
Trying to stop that track into the head there, I think, Grant. Oops.
It's going to finish on the head itself, and actually it's ended up in a very good position indeed. Now means, of course, that 2 bowls will need to be dislodged by the Symes side. Augustine needs to attack this.
She is.
Playing with weight, looking for some sort of jack movement. Close. Gets the jack back. That's not a bad outcome. Still most probably only 1. The value of that Franklin bowl, the second Franklin bowl, is now coming to fruition.
Probably see it that way better because on that side. Nothing? All against that. That's our nearest here. That one and that one are counting.
So there's the indication.
2 shots.
Symes is holding 2.
Just even if come here.
She's close. She's just about drawing the shot. Very good bowl from Arneson.
Dot Arneson, the Marlborough
God.
Gold Star holder. She's been doing it most of this match, and indeed I suspect most of the tournament. That is a wonderful shot that she has played there. It's going to make Symes's task of trying to secure a 4 here virtually impossible. And given the location of the jack towards the 2 metre mark, it's going to make it even more difficult for the jack to be burned. So all the pressure now goes on to Paddy Symes. We know that she's handled that pressure so well over so many years in the administration chairs that she has fulfilled, both at club and centre level. Now she's got to try and do it on the green.
So what are her options? Grant, try and sit that bowl and stay to give a 3.
I think that would be the first port of call.
Yes.
Symes on the backhand side, searching towards that shot bowl. Hasn't got enough weight to do it though. It's in fact well short. You'll be disappointed, Paddy, with that one.
Very disappointed. Makes it hard now.
McIntyre, I suspect she'll just be trying to wood this up even more. There's no 4s on the head as it currently sits. And we can tell you as McIntyre plays that first bowl of hers on this last end that the pair's title has gone to Fitzroy's Rhonda Adams and Leslie Tiawa, who won that final 21-14 over Philippa Christie and Kath Thompson from Plympton.
Comes Paddy's second bowl.
So the last bowl from Paddy Symes, and unfortunately for the Tower side it's only got just over draw weight, or in fact draw weight only. So it's going to be a victory here for Jane McIntyre, but Paddy Symes is going to go out with a bit of style by drawing the shot.
Shaking hands.
And that's the conclusion. It's a victory to Jane McIntyre's Renwick side from Marlborough, 23 points to 20. They have defeated Paddy Symes' Tower side. So into the final goes Judy Hopgood, Larita Franklin, Dot Arneson and Jane McIntyre. And they will meet Sue Rogers, Sarah Weeks, Hannah Reid da Silva and Natasha Grimshaw of Kyoto and Hastings in that final, which will commence here at Paritutu at 9 a.m. in the morning. That game will also be live streamed just as this semi-final has. And I will now pass over to former Blackjack Kathy Andrews for her concluding comments on that semi-final.
Very good game, a good fight back from Tower. They did come back after afternoon tea and did score, but probably not enough shots on the head, Grant. The Renwick side played very well, and the lead and the 2 certainly set it up. And Dot Arneson, she came in extremely well to set it up well for their skip. All played extremely well. I think out-bowled our Tower team over the whole 25 ends.
Thank you for that, Kathy. Very fair and accurate conclusion and summary of the proceedings that have taken place. We've seen some wonderful draw play today from both sides, but especially so from the Marlborough side. And as I said earlier in the commentary, they will go into the final tomorrow and attempt to become the first ever side from the South Island to win the Taranaki Women's Open Fours. We look forward to joining you all again at 9 a.m. in the morning. Good evening.
Thank you, Grant, for all your lovely comments. Extremely well done.